Chapter 6: Hunters and Hunted. The confrontation with Victoria had been shorter than expected. Gabriel's sudden appearance as she waited for Lily had shocked Victoria into momentary submission. An alpha at full power commanding immediate respect even from those planning betrayal. While he held Victoria and her sentries in thrall with his dominant presence, Lily had slipped into the cave in wolf form, finding Rose sedated but otherwise unharmed. With Rose safely loaded into Gabriel's vehicle and one of his most trusted enforcers dispatched to drive her to the sanctuary Lily had discovered, Gabriel and Lily retreated to his private cabin to regroup. Victoria and her conspirators were temporarily contained at Gormania Estate under Diana's watchful eye, pack law requiring formal proceedings before punishment could be determined for their challenge to Alpha authority. Dawn approached, pale light seeping through the forest canopy as Lily and Gabriel walked the final yards to his cabin, a modernized version of the traditional structure his grandfather had built decades earlier. They had shifted back to human form at the edge of his property, Gabriel providing Lily with spare clothing he kept in a weatherproof container for post-shift emergencies. Now, standing in the cabin's great room with the first golden rays of sunrise streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows, they faced each other in human form for the first time since their wolves had connected through the mate bond. The physical distance between them felt both necessary and unbearable. Necessary to process the monumental changes of the past 24 hours, unbearable because the newly formed bond hummed between them, urging closer contact. "You shifted," Gabriel said, breaking the silence, his voice holding wonder and pride in equal measure. A perfect white wolf with silver markings. I've never seen anything like it. Lily's fingers unconsciously touched the pendant at her throat, which had maintained a steady warmth since their wolves had touched noses and established the bond. It wasn't what I expected to happen yesterday. I went to the sanctuary looking for information about my parents, not to trigger my first transformation. The sanctuary, Gabriel echoed, taking a cautious step closer. Your parents' research facility. You found it using the coordinates from Rose's hidden box. The ease with which he referenced details she hadn't explicitly shared reminded Lily of their new reality. The mate bond allowed a level of information exchange that bypassed normal communication barriers. He knew the outline of her discoveries, just as she knew his actions since the pack gathering, images and emotions shared directly between their minds during that momentous connection in the forest. Yes, she confirmed anyway, the human need for verbal exchange not entirely erased by their supernatural bond. My father's note suggested I might be capable of shifting once I reached full maturity. I just didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. Gabriel's expression softened. First shifts are typically triggered by extreme emotional states. Between discovering your heritage, worrying about Rose, and confronting Victoria, I'd say you had sufficient catalysts. Another step closer. The bond between them pulsed stronger, with decreased physical distance, like a living thing seeking to reconnect its separated halves. We need to talk about what happened at the gathering, Gabriel said, his voice dropping to that register that always sent shivers down Lily's spine about my reaction to Victoria's accusations. I understand why you hesitated, Lily replied, the bond allowing her to feel the genuine remorse behind his carefully controlled expression. You're Alpha first, Gabriel. Your pack needed you to appear impartial until the truth could be established. Understanding doesn't erase the hurt I caused you. He closed the distance between them further, close enough now that she could detect his scent, cedar and wild rain more pronounced after his shift. I failed you in that moment, Lily. I let politics and process override what I knew in my heart to be true. And what was that? She needed to hear it spoken aloud, not just felt through their connection. That you are incapable of deception. That the connection between us is real and rare. That whatever your heritage might be, your heart is true. His hands lifted to frame her face, the first physical contact since they'd shifted back to human form. The touch sent warmth cascading through their bond, his emotions flowing directly into her. Regret, determination, and beneath it all, a devotion so profound it took her breath away. I've spent every moment since that night searching for the truth, Gabriel continued, his thumbs gently tracing her cheekbones. While Victoria spread her poisonous accusations throughout the pack, I was in the archives, discovering that her own family once allied with shadow hunters against mine. This was new information, details they hadn't had time to share through their brief mental connection in wolf form. What do you mean? The Reeves pack wasn't always allied with the Gormains, Gabriel explained, his hands remaining in contact with her skin as he spoke, the bond strengthening with each moment of touch. A century ago, they were rivals for territory in these mountains. The historical records show that Victoria's great-grandfather secretly worked with shadow hunters to eliminate Gormain pack members, weakening us enough that the Reeves could claim our lands. Lily processed this revelation, understanding dawning. Victoria accused me of being what her own family actually did, precisely. Classic misdirection, accuse your enemy of your own crimes before they discover them. His expression darkened momentarily. She altered records in our archives, removed pages from journals documenting the Reeves Hunter alliance. Without Diana's memory of those events and my own search through secured records, her deception might have succeeded. Then she never believed I was actually a threat, Lily said, the pieces falling into place. She used my heritage as convenient leverage to turn the pack against me because I was a threat to her ambitions with you. Gabriel's hands slid from her face to her shoulders, the increased contact sending ripples of warmth through their bond. Your existence threatens everything Victoria has been raised to expect. Marriage to the Gormain Alpha, elevation of the Reeves pack to ruling status, continuation of pure bloodlines. His lips curved in a sardonic smile. What she failed to understand is that I was never going to choose her, even before I met you. Her ambition and cruelty made her unsuitable as a mate regardless of her bloodline. The word mate hung between them, weighted with new significance since their wolves had formed the bond that now connected them on levels beyond the physical. Lily could feel Gabriel's certainty through that connection. Not just his rejection of Victoria, but his absolute commitment to Lily herself, regardless of heritage or tradition. What happens now? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Victoria stands accused of kidnapping, conspiracy against the Alpha, and falsifying pack records. Rose is safe but traumatized. My parents' research could change everything about how werewolves and hunters view each other. And she gestured between them, indicating the shimmering energy of their bond. We're connected in ways I'm still trying to understand. Now, Gabrielle said, drawing her closer until barely inches separated them, we begin building something new, together. The simple declaration broke something loose inside Lily, the last remnants of doubt and fear she'd carried since the pack gathering. Tears spilled unbidden down her cheeks, emotions too complex for words flowing freely through their bond instead. Relief, hope, love, still taking form but unmistakable in its foundation. Gabriel's response came not in words but in action. He closed the final distance between them, his lips finding hers in a kiss that communicated everything words could not. Unlike their previous encounters, this kiss occurred with their mate bond fully formed, allowing each to experience not just their own sensations, but echoes of the others as well. A feedback loop of pleasure and emotion that intensified with each passing second. Lily felt Gabriel's relief at having her in his arms again, his amazement at the white wolf she had become, his fierce pride in her resilience through crisis. Gabriel experienced her forgiveness washing through him like cleansing rain, her joy at their reconnection, her determination to forge a shared path forward despite obstacles. The kiss deepened as they adjusted to this new level of connection, each instinctively responding to the other's unspoken desires. Gabriel's arms encircled her waist, drawing her fully against him until no space remained between their bodies. Lily's hands found his shoulders, then slid upward to tangle in his hair, loosening it from its tie to fall around his face in a dark curtain. When they finally broke apart, both were breathing heavily, hearts synchronized in rapid rhythm. Gabriel rested his forehead against hers, unwilling to increase the physical distance between them even to speak. I thought I'd lost you, he admitted, vulnerability evident in his voice and flowing freely through their bond. When I couldn't find you after learning about Victoria's plan, when you didn't answer your phone. I'm not that easy to get rid of, Lily replied, her hands stroking soothingly along his shoulders. Apparently, I'm quite literally built to survive in your world, in both worlds. A smile touched his lips at that, his hand splaying across her lower back to keep her pressed against him. Your parents were remarkable people. Their research, their courage in crossing boundaries, their vision for what could be instead of what has always been. He shook his head slightly in admiration. And what they created in you? A perfect bridge between bloodlines thought incompatible for centuries. The admiration in his voice soothed places in Lily's heart she hadn't realized needed healing. The fear that her hybrid nature would always make her an outsider, neither fully belonging to the hunter world nor the werewolf community. Through their bond, she felt Gabriel's genuine appreciation of her unique heritage, his recognition of strengths that complemented his own rather than diminishing either. We need to plan our next steps carefully, Gabriel said, though his body language contradicted the shift to strategy. His hands continuing to caress her back, his face remaining close to hers, the bond between them humming with physical awareness that had nothing to do with pack politics. Victoria's treachery goes deeper than we initially understood. The blood moon rises tomorrow night, and there are indications she was planning something significant beyond just eliminating you and Rose. The blood moon, Lily repeated, pieces connecting in her mind. My parents were planning to meet Deanna Gormain on the night they died, April 8, 2007. That was a blood moon night as well. Gabriel's expression sharpened. You're certain? Lily nodded. It was in my father's calendar. DB, 8 p.m. BR, Deanna Gormain, 8 p.m., Gormain Ridge. The same location where Victoria demanded I surrender myself. That can't be coincidence, Gabriel murmured, leading Lily to a comfortable seating area near the fireplace. Though he maintained physical contact even as they sat, his arm around her shoulders, her side pressed against his, the mate bond encouraging constant touch to strengthen their new connection. As they settled on the couch, Lily felt the exhaustion of the past 24 hours catching up with her. The emotional roller coaster of discovering her heritage, experiencing her first shift, forming the mate bond, and rescuing Rose had depleted her reserves completely. She leaned into Gabriel's solid warmth, drawing comfort from his presence as they began discussing strategy. Victoria must have discovered what your parents were researching, Gabriel reasoned, his fingers absently stroking along Lily's arm as he spoke. Their work threatened everything traditionalists in both communities believe about the relationship between hunters and werewolves. But why wait 18 years to act? Lily questioned, her head finding a natural resting place against his shoulder. If Victoria or her family were involved in my parents' deaths, why not eliminate Rose and me at the same time? Perhaps they didn't know about you initially, Gabriel suggested. Or perhaps they believed the research died with your parents and posed no further threat. Something must have changed recently to trigger Victoria's actions. Lily considered this, her mind working through possibilities despite her fatigue. Rose's treatments, she said suddenly, sitting up straighter. The experimental therapies you arranged for her respiratory condition, they involved genetic activation procedures. Could that have somehow flagged her in medical databases that Victoria or her allies monitor? Gabriel's expression turned thoughtful. Possible. The treatments came from a facility with connections to supernatural communities. If Victoria has informants there... He nodded slowly. That might explain the timing. Once Rose was identified, finding you would be the logical next step. And then you complicated everything by developing an interest in the night cleaner, Lily added with a tired smile. The most fortunate complication of my life, Gabriel replied, his voice dropping to that resonant register that sent pleasant shivers down her spine. Through their bond, she felt his genuine appreciation of the irony, that Victoria's attempt to eliminate her perceived rival had instead accelerated events leading to exactly what she hoped to prevent. Gabriel finding and bonding with his true mate. Their strategy session continued, plans taking shape as they shared information and insights, the mate bond allowing unprecedented efficiency in their communication. Whenever they reached points of uncertainty or tension, physical contact grounded them. Gabriel's hand covering hers, Lily's fingers tracing patterns on his forearm, their knees touching as they leaned toward each other. This constant connection wasn't merely emotional comfort, but practical necessity. Newly formed mate bonds required regular physical contact to stabilize, particularly for born werewolves like Gabriel, who experienced the urge to touch, scent mark, and physically claim their mates with greater intensity than humans or hybrids might. Lily found herself responding to these needs instinctively, her body seeking contact with his whenever they shifted position, her hand reaching for his when emphasizing important points, her head returning to his shoulder when fatigue momentarily overwhelmed her. The bond hummed between them, strengthening with each touch, creating a foundation of connection that would serve them through the challenges ahead. By mid-morning, they had outlined the beginnings of a plan. Gathering allies loyal to Gabriel, securing evidence of Victoria's conspiracy, protecting Rose while her testimony was documented, and preparing for whatever Victoria might have planned for the blood moon. But details remained hazy, contingent on information they didn't yet possess. "We need my mother's insight," Gabriel concluded, his arm tightening around Lily's shoulders, "and my sister Emma's expertise in werewolf-hunter historical interactions. She studied the biological aspects of both communities more extensively than anyone except perhaps your parents." "Will they accept me?" Lily asked, the question emerging from a place of vulnerability the mate bond couldn't entirely erase. A hunter's granddaughter who can shift into a white wolf? I'm a walking contradiction to everything they've been taught. Gabriel's response flowed through their bond before he voiced it aloud. Absolute certainty that his family would not just accept but welcome her, particularly once they understood her unique heritage and abilities. "My mother already suspects what you are," he said, turning to face her fully. "She's been dropping hints since the moment she scented you at the gala. And Emma," his expression softened with affection for his younger sister, "Emma will be ecstatic to meet someone who embodies her theories about hunter-werewolf genetic compatibility." The reassurance soothed Lily's concerns, though practical considerations remained. "We should check on Rose first," she said. "Make sure she's recovered from Victoria's sedatives and fill her in on what's happened." "Already arranged," Gabriel replied, reaching for his phone on the coffee table. "I've had updates from the sanctuary. Rose is awake, somewhat disoriented, but improving. The enforcer I sent with her has secured the perimeter, and no one has approached since they arrived." "You think of everything," Lily murmured, impressed by his efficiency even while distracted by their reconnection and the mate bond's formation. "Not everything," he corrected, setting the phone aside to cup her face between his palms once more. "I didn't think you could become more extraordinary than you already were. Yet here you are, shifted, bonded, and planning pack strategy like you were born to it." His thumbs traced gentle patterns along her cheekbones. "Which, according to your parents' research, you quite literally were." The compliment warmed her, but exhaustion was becoming impossible to ignore. Lily fought to keep her eyes open, determined to continue their planning despite her body's demands for rest after the physical and emotional marathon of the past day. Gabriel sensed her fatigue through their bond, concern replacing strategic focus in his expression. "You need sleep," he said, his tone brooking no argument. "Your first shift, the bond formation, the rescue, any one of those would exhaust an experienced werewolf. You've endured all three in a single night." Lily wanted to protest but found herself nodding instead, the wisdom of his suggestion undeniable as her eyelids grew heavier. "Just a short rest," she conceded. "Then we meet with your mother and sister." "A few hours at minimum," Gabriel countered, rising and drawing her gently to her feet. "The blood moon doesn't rise until tomorrow night. We have time to approach this properly." He led her toward the cabin's sleeping area, a space she recognized from her vision quest in the sanctuary, though the reality contained more personal touches than her glimpse had revealed. A king-size bed dominated the space, its simple wooden frame clearly handcrafted, its coverings in earth tones that complemented the cabin's natural aesthetic. Under normal circumstances, Lily might have felt awkward about the intimate setting, but the mate bond between them rendered such concerns irrelevant. Their wolves had already acknowledged a connection deeper than physical intimacy. Their bodies recognized each other as extensions of a shared whole, rather than separate entities maintaining social boundaries. Gabriel turned down the covers with one hand, his other maintaining contact with the small of her back, that constant touch their wolves demanded to strengthen the new bond. "Rest," he said simply. "I'll be here when you wake." Lily sank onto the bed, her body surrendering to fatigue the moment horizontal position was achieved. As her eyes drifted closed, she felt Gabriel settling beside her, not crowding, but maintaining the physical connection their bond required. His arm draped carefully across her waist, his body a warm presence against her side, his heartbeat syncing with hers in the quiet morning stillness. The pendant at her throat pulsed gently, its magic intertwining with the mate bond to create layers of connection that transcended the physical. As sleep claimed her, Lily's last conscious thought was wonder at how completely her life had transformed in mere days. From night cleaner hiding her unusual traits to acknowledged mate of the gourmet alpha. Her dual heritage not a source of shame, but power to be wielded in protection of both communities that had created her. Gabrielle's steady presence anchored her as she drifted into healing sleep, their newly formed bond ensuring that even in unconsciousness, neither was truly alone. Evening shadows lengthened across the cabin floor when Lily finally woke, her body having claimed the rest it desperately needed after the previous night's transformative events. She stirred slowly, awareness returning in gradual waves. First, the physical sensations of comfortable bedding and warm weight beside her, then emotional impressions flowing through the mate bond, and finally, full consciousness of her surroundings. Gabriel lay beside her, not sleeping but watching her with an expression of such tender focus that heat bloomed in her chest. Through their bond, she felt his patience as he'd guarded her rest, his pleasure in observing the subtle changes in her features as she dreamed, his relief that she'd allowed herself the recovery time her body required. "How long was I asleep?" she asked, her voice husky from disuse. "About 9 hours," he replied, his hand moving to brush a strand of hair from her face with casual intimacy. "You needed it. First shifts drain energy reserves that take time to replenish. 9 hours. Lily would have been alarmed at losing so much planning time if not for the perfect calm she sensed through their bond. Gabriel wasn't concerned, which meant the situation remained controlled despite her extended rest. "Rose?" she asked, pushing up onto one elbow, fully recovered from the sedatives and quite energized about inspecting the sanctuary after 18 years. "My enforcer reports she's been cataloging research materials and preparing to brief us on what she knows about Victoria's possible plans." His lips curved in an appreciative smile. "Your grandmother is remarkably resilient for a human of her age." "Former shadow hunter," Lily corrected automatically. "They're trained to recover quickly from chemical agents, part of their standard conditioning." Gabriel's eyebrows rose slightly. "You're becoming quite knowledgeable about hunter protocols for someone who only discovered her heritage 2 days ago." "The journals contain training details," Lily explained, sitting up fully and running a hand through her tangled hair. "And some of it feels familiar, like I've always known it but couldn't access the information until now." "Genetic memory?" Gabriel nodded. "Werewolves experience something similar after first shifts. Instinctual knowledge that seems to emerge from nowhere. Your hunter bloodline likely carries similar traits." The casual acceptance in his tone, the way he incorporated her hunter heritage into conversation without tension or judgment, eased something in Lily's chest that had been tight since Victoria's accusation at the pack gathering. Gabrielle truly didn't view her dual nature as contradiction or liability, but as complementary aspects of a whole. "We should get moving," she said, glancing at the darkening windows. "Your mother and sister are expecting us?" "In an hour," Gabriel confirmed, sitting up beside her, his shoulder pressed against hers in that now familiar need for contact. "Time enough to shower and eat before we meet them at the main house." Lily nodded, practical concerns asserting themselves. "I'll need clothes. These borrowed things are fine for sleeping, but not for meeting your family officially for the first time." "Already addressed," Gabriel replied with a hint of smugness. "Emma brought a selection of things in your size while you were sleeping. She was quite excited about preparing for you, though I didn't let her wake you." The thoughtfulness of the gesture, both Gabriel's foresight and his sister's willingness to assist someone she'd never met, touched Lily deeply. Through their bond, Gabriel felt her emotional response and reached for her hand, squeezing gently. "They want to meet you, Lily. Not just as my chosen mate, but as yourself. The bridge between bloodlines your parents believed you could be." His expression grew more serious. "Victoria's actions have forced many in the pack to confront uncomfortable truths about our history with hunters. Some will resist, but others are ready for change. My family among them." 40 minutes later, freshly showered and dressed in clothes that fit perfectly — Emma apparently had an excellent eye for sizing — Lily stood before the mirror in Gabriel's bathroom, assessing her appearance. The woman who looked back at her seemed both familiar and strange. Still Lily Carter in features and form, but carrying herself differently, an inner certainty visible in her posture and expression that hadn't existed before her transformation. The pendant Gabrielle had given her weeks earlier rested against her skin, now permanently warm since their bond had formed. Beside it hung the moonstone Rose had provided for protection, 2 talismans representing the dual heritage she now embraced rather than feared. When she emerged from the bathroom, Gabriel was waiting in the great room, his own shower-damp hair pulled back in its customary tie, his casual clothes somehow still conveying the authority inherent in his position. His eyes warmed at the sight of her, appreciation flowing through their bond with such intensity that Lily felt herself blushing. "Ready?" he asked, extending his hand toward her. Lily laced her fingers through his, drawing strength from the contact. "As I'll ever be." They drove to the main Gourmanet estate in Gabriel's Range Rover, the journey providing opportunity to discuss their approach with Diana and Emma. "My mother already knows most of what's happened," Gabriel explained, as they navigated the winding mountain roads. "She was coordinating security for Victoria and her accomplices while we rescued Rose. What she doesn't know yet is the extent of your transformation, or the full details of your parents' research." "And Emma?" Lily asked, curious about the sister Gabrielle clearly adored, but whom she'd never had opportunity to meet. "Emma is our pack's leading expert on hunter-werewolf historical interactions. She's been researching genetic compatibility between our kinds for years, though without access to the definitive work your parents conducted." His expression brightened with genuine pride. "She's brilliant. Graduated medical school at 23, completed specialized genetic research that most werewolves wouldn't attempt, and still finds time to serve as our pack's head healer." "She sounds intimidating," Lily admitted. Gabriel's laugh was warm and reassuring. "Quite the opposite. Emma is the gentlest soul in our family, perhaps too gentle for traditional werewolf politics, which is why she's focused on healing and research rather than leadership roles." His thumb stroked across the back of Lily's hand where their fingers remained intertwined on the console between them. "She'll adore you. In fact, I suspect you'll have trouble getting research questions out of her once she learns what you are." The main house came into view as they rounded the final curve. Gourmanet Estate, looking very different to Lily now than it had during her time as night cleaner. What had once seemed imposing and forbidding now registered as defensible and protective, its stone walls and strategic positioning suddenly making sense from a werewolf perspective, rather than merely suggesting wealth and exclusivity. Gabriel parked near a side entrance rather than the formal front doors, another indicator that this visit was family business rather than pack politics. As they approached the door, it swung open before either could knock, revealing a petite woman with Gabriel's same dark coloring but softer features, her eyes lighting with undisguised curiosity and excitement. "You must be Lily," she exclaimed, her gaze moving rapidly between Lily's face and her brother's, clearly noting their clasped hands and the easy synchronicity of their movements. The bond formed. "I knew it would. Your scent signatures showed remarkable complementary markers even before Gabriel recognized the potential connection." "Emma," Gabriel said with affectionate exasperation, "perhaps let us get through the door before you begin analyzing our pheromones." His sister laughed, stepping back with a gesture of mock formality. "By all means, enter. Mother's waiting in the study with enough food to feed a dozen wolves, convinced that Lily must be starving after her first shift." Her expression turned sympathetic as she addressed Lily directly. "She's not wrong, you know. The caloric demands of transformation are substantial, especially first shifts." Now that Emma mentioned it, Lily realized she was ravenous, despite having eaten at Gabriel's cabin before departing. The knowledge flowed through their bond immediately, Gabriel responding with a squeeze of her hand and a mental impression of understanding rather than judgment. They followed Emma through corridors Lily had once cleaned but never truly seen, details of artwork and architecture revealing themselves differently now that she viewed them as potential family spaces rather than employer territory. The subtle scent markers of pack members registered with her enhanced senses, telling stories of hierarchy and belonging that had been invisible during her human days. Diana awaited them in a comfortable study that balanced formal elegance with lived-in warmth. Leather-bound books lining floor-to-ceiling shelves, a fire crackling in a stone hearth despite the mild spring evening. Comfortable seating arranged for conversation rather than intimidation. The alpha female rose as they entered, her expression composed, but her eyes revealing genuine interest as she assessed Lily. "James Carter," she greeted, then amended with a slight smile. "Lily, welcome. This time as family rather than employee or guest." The simple acknowledgement, as family, eased the last of Lily's tension. Through their bond, she felt Gabriel's approval and satisfaction at his mother's choice of words. "Thank you for having me," Lily replied, the formal words feeling strangely insufficient for the significance of this meeting. "And thank you for helping me escape the gathering, for the flash drive with historical records, for believing there might be more to my story than Victoria's accusations." Diana gestured for them to be seated, waiting until Gabriel and Lily had chosen a love seat together, their bodies automatically positioning to maintain contact, before taking her own chair across from them. Emma settled nearby, her posture eager rather than formal, a notebook already open on her lap. "I recognize something in you from the moment we met," Diana said once they were settled. "A quality I haven't encountered in decades. Not since I knew another young woman with hunter training, but a heart open to seeing werewolves as people rather than targets." The statement hung in the air, clearly significant beyond its surface meaning. Lily leaned forward slightly, curiosity piqued. "You knew other hunters besides Rose? Besides my grandmother?" Deanna's expression softened with old grief. "I did. Her name was Sofia Vasquez. Rose's younger sister, though they had different mothers. She was assigned to the same hunter team Rose led, but with a different heart. Where Rose began as dedicated hunter who gradually questioned her mission, Sophia always doubted the narrative of werewolves as monsters to be eliminated. My mother never mentioned having an aunt," Lily said, trying to reconcile this new information with what she'd learned from Rose's journals. "She wouldn't have known her," Diana replied. "Sophia died the night Rose saved Gabriel, killed by her own team when she tried to prevent them from attacking our pup's evacuation route." The revelation landed heavily in the quiet room. Gabriel's hand tightened around Lily's, sharing through their bond his own complex feelings about this history, stories he'd grown up hearing, connections to his own near-death experience that night, appreciation for the sacrifice that had preserved his pack's future. "So you've always known Rose wasn't the monster Victoria portrayed," Lily said, understanding dawning. "You knew she betrayed her hunter team to save your pack." Diana nodded, her regal features softening with remembered gratitude. "I was wounded that night, trying to evacuate our most vulnerable pack members. When Raymond, the hunter second in command, cornered Gabrielle, I couldn't reach him in time. Rose appeared like an avenging angel, putting a crossbow bolt through Raymond's throat before he could execute my son." Her voice held steady despite the emotional weight of the memory. "When the chaos subsided and I sought to thank her, she had vanished along with her human partner. By the time I learned her true identity, she had already established new lives for themselves in Arizona." "Why didn't you tell Gabriel this sooner?" Lily asked, the question emerging before she could consider its potential presumption. Rather than taking offense, Diana's expression showed appreciation for Lily's directness. "Pack politics are rarely straightforward. The attack left deep scars in our collective memory. Many lost family members that night, and Hunter became synonymous with enemy in ways difficult to nuance in subsequent generations. I honored Rose's choice to disappear, believing she had earned her peace after saving my son. Until Victoria forced the issue by kidnapping Rose and threatening Lily," Gabriel concluded, his understanding of his mother's choice is evident in his tone. "Precisely. Diana's gaze moved between them, assessing their physical proximity and the ease with which they communicated, both verbally and through subtle nonverbal cues. The bond has fully formed then. Earlier than expected, but perhaps unsurprising given the circumstances. Emma made an excited note in her journal, her scientific interest barely contained. When exactly did it happen? During your first shift? After? Was there a specific catalyst moment? Gabrielle shot his sister a quelling look, but Lily found herself warming to Emma's enthusiastic curiosity. When our wolves touched noses in the forest, she explained, the memory sending warmth through their bond that Gabrielle echoed back to her. It was like a circuit completing. Suddenly I could feel what Gabrielle was feeling, know what he was thinking, not in words exactly, but in impressions and emotion. Fascinating, Emma breathed, scribbling rapidly. The traditional mate bond forms between two werewolves, of course, but theories have suggested that compatible supernatural entities might form similar connections. Your hybrid nature must have allowed... Emma, Gabriel interrupted gently. Perhaps we could focus on the immediate situation before diving into theoretical bond mechanics. His sister looked momentarily abashed, then rallied with a grin. Of course, Victoria first, groundbreaking interspecies bonding later. She turned to Lily with genuine warmth. But I have about 1,000 questions for you when this is all resolved. Your parents' research, what you represent, it changes everything we thought we knew about hunter-werewolf biological compatibility. Speaking of Victoria, Diana redirected smoothly, we need to address what she was planning beyond simply eliminating Lily and Rose. Her expression grew grave. The blood moon rises tomorrow night. Traditionally, such lunar events amplify pack magic, particularly rituals involving bloodlines and succession. Gabriel nodded, his posture shifting subtly from mate to alpha as the conversation turned strategic. Victoria's father has long coveted Gormain territory and status. An alliance through mating would have been their preferred approach, but with that avenue closed, he trailed off, implications clear. They might attempt a direct challenge, Diana confirmed. Under normal circumstances, such a challenge would be ritualized, contained by pack law and tradition. But Victoria has already demonstrated willingness to operate outside those boundaries by kidnapping Rose and targeting Lily. The blood moon complicates matters, Emma added, her scientific focus evident despite the seriousness of the topic. Certain ancient rituals can only be performed during blood moons, including some that could theoretically transfer alpha power from one bloodline to another without the usual requirements of legitimate challenge and victory. Lily absorbed this information, connecting it to fragments she'd gleaned from her parents' research. Blood magic, she said, the term rising from genetic memory rather than conscious knowledge. Hunters have records of werewolf rituals, using blood from rival alphas to usurp their power. It's why hunter teams often targeted packs during blood moons. They believed the werewolves would be engaged in such rituals and therefore vulnerable. The three Gormains stared at her with varying degrees of surprise, the knowledge she'd casually referenced being obscure even among werewolves. Through their bond, Lily felt Gabriel's amazement at this demonstration of her inherited hunter knowledge. Exactly, Emma confirmed, recovering first. Those rituals are forbidden under modern pack law, but the Reeves family has always maintained connections to older, more traditional factions that preserve such knowledge. She hesitated, glancing at her mother before continuing. We found evidence in Victoria's quarters suggesting she's been researching these forbidden rituals extensively. Blood moon ceremonies, alpha power transference, even some texts on forced mate bond severing. The latter revelation sent a chill through Lily, her hand automatically tightening around Gabriel's. The mate bond between them hummed with shared concern, not fear but heightened alertness to a specific threat they would face together. We believe Victoria intended to use Rose as leverage to force your participation in the blood moon ritual, Diana continued, her composed expression doing little to mask the gravity of her words. As a hunter descendant with werewolf blood, particularly one connected to Gabriel through an emerging mate bond, your presence would amplify certain aspects of the forbidden rituals. But she couldn't have known I would develop the ability to shift, Lily pointed out, or that Gabrielle and I would form a true mate bond, Those developments happened after she kidnapped Rose. Emma leaned forward, her scientific mind clearly piecing together the puzzle. Victoria didn't need to know you could shift. The fact that you carry both bloodlines would be sufficient for the ritual. Ancient texts suggest that mixed blood freely given serves as a powerful catalyst in power transference ceremonies. Her expression darkened. Freely given traditionally meant under duress, such as threatening a loved one. Gabriel's arm slid around Lily's shoulders, drawing her closer, as if the mere discussion of such threats necessitated protective contact. Through their bond flowed fierce determination mixed with concern, not for himself, but for her. So Victoria intended to use Rose to force my cooperation in some blood ritual during tomorrow night's blood moon, Lily summarized, fitting the pieces together. A ritual that would somehow transfer Gabriel's alpha power to her family line, and potentially sever whatever connection was forming between you and Gabriel, Emma added. The texts in her possession included references to breaking mate bonds before they fully formed. The thought sent another chill through Lily, this one deeper and more visceral. Having experienced the profound connection of the mate bond, the idea of its forcible severance felt like contemplating amputation. Gabriel's arm tightened around her, his emotions mirroring hers through their bond. But the ritual failed before it could begin, Diana reminded them, her practical nature asserting itself. Rose is safe. Victoria is contained, and most importantly, the mate bond between you has fully formed, making it nearly impossible to sever through magical means. Nearly impossible isn't the same as completely impossible, Gabriel noted, his thumb tracing soothing circles against Lily's shoulder. We need to understand exactly what Victoria was planning and ensure she doesn't have accomplices prepared to continue in her absence. Emma nodded agreement. I've been analyzing the texts found in her quarters, but some references remain obscure. If Rose could review them, her hunter knowledge might fill gaps in our understanding. We should bring Rose here, Lily suggested immediately. The sanctuary is secure, but she'd be safer surrounded by pack protection, especially with the blood moon approaching. Diana's eyebrows rose slightly at Lily's authoritative tone, but her expression showed approval rather than offense. A wise suggestion. Gabrielle, perhaps you could arrange transport while Lily tours the security measures we've implemented for Victoria and her conspirators. She may notice vulnerabilities our werewolf guards would miss given her hunter heritage. The request represented more than practical strategy. It was acknowledgement of Lily's value to pack security, an area traditionally restricted to born werewolves of proven loyalty. Through their bond, Lily felt Gabrielle's pride at his mother's implicit acceptance of her role as his mate and future co-leader. An excellent idea, Gabriel agreed, pressing a brief kiss to Lily's temple before rising. Emma, I assume you'll want to barrage Lily with questions about her shift and heritage while I'm occupied. His sister's enthusiastic nod drew chuckles from everyone, the moment of levity a welcome break in the tense strategy session. As Gabriel left to arrange Rose's transport, Emma moved to sit beside Lily, her notebook repositioned for easier note-taking. So, Emma began, her eyes bright with scientific curiosity, a white wolf with silver markings. In werewolf lore, coat coloration often indicates specific traits or abilities. Did your parents' research suggest what your unusual coloring might represent? The direct question caught Lily off guard, but she found herself warming to Emma's straightforward approach. They documented theories about hybrid expression, but had no way to predict exactly how the combined bloodlines would manifest physically. My father's notes suggested the white coat might represent successful integration of opposing traits, hunter silver and werewolf nature achieving balance rather than conflict. Fascinating, Emma murmured, writing rapidly. And your shift? Was it painful? For born werewolves, first shifts often involve significant discomfort as the body reconfigures. There was pain initially, Lily admitted, but it quickly transformed into something more like intensity, extreme sensation rather than suffering. She hesitated, then added, it felt right, somehow, like my body was finally achieving a form it had been designed for all along. Diana, who had been listening quietly, nodded with understanding. That aligns with what little we know of successful hybrids in our historical records. When the bloodlines are truly compatible, as your parents clearly were, the offspring experiences transformation as completion rather than distortion. You have records of other hybrids? Lily asked, surprised this information hadn't been shared earlier. Very few, and most from ancient history, Diana clarified. The oldest pack histories mention silver wolves, born of hunter-werewolf unions, but such accounts were largely dismissed as mythology rather than documented cases. Until you. The responsibility implicit in that statement, until you, settled on Lily's shoulders with unexpected weight. She wasn't just Gabriel's mate or Rose's granddaughter, but potentially the first confirmed hybrid in centuries. Physical proof of theories long relegated to legend. Emma seemed to sense her momentary overwhelm, placing a gentle hand on Lily's arm. It's a lot to process, I know, but you're not facing it alone. Her smile was warm and genuine. My brother may be bonded to you, but I suspect you're gaining an entire pack of supporters, starting with this family. Diana nodded agreement, her regal features softening. The old divisions between hunters and werewolves have cost both sides dearly. Your parents recognized this truth and paid the ultimate price for their vision of reconciliation. We have opportunity now to honor their sacrifice by moving forward together, using your unique abilities and perspective to bridge worlds long separated. The alpha female's words resonated deeply, echoing sentiments in Rose's journals and Lily's parents' research notes. Not destiny or fate, her mother had explicitly rejected such simplistic framings, but opportunity and choice. The chance to become what her parents had envisioned, a bridge between worlds, not through mere existence, but through deliberate action and conscious choice. Let's start with practical applications, Lily suggested, her mind shifting to strategic thinking with surprising ease. My hunter heritage gives me knowledge of weaknesses in typical werewolf security measures. If I can identify those vulnerabilities, we can strengthen protection before the blood moon rises. Diana's expression showed approval at this pragmatic approach. And perhaps you could work with Emma to evaluate the texts found in Victoria's possession. Your combined knowledge might reveal aspects of the ritual she was planning that neither hunter nor werewolf perspective could identify independently. I'd also like to teach you to access your hybrid abilities more deliberately, Emma added with enthusiasm. If my theories are correct, you should be able to partially shift, accessing enhanced senses or strength without full transformation. Such abilities could prove crucial if Victoria's supporters attempt to continue her plans. The discussion continued, plans taking shape, as the three women explored strategies combining werewolf traditions with hunter techniques. When Gabriel returned 40 minutes later, he found them surrounded by maps, ancient texts, and Emma's detailed notes, their heads bent together in concentrated effort. Through their bond, Lily felt Gabriel's pleasure at finding her so thoroughly integrated with his family, working as partners rather than outsider and insiders. As he rejoined them, sliding naturally into the space beside Lily, she felt the final pieces of her fragmented self aligning into coherent wholeness. Hunter heritage and werewolf abilities, professional competence and personal connection, individual strength and pack belonging. Rose would arrive within the hour, bringing additional hunter knowledge and personal testimony regarding Victoria's plans. Security measures were being reinforced based on Lily's insights. Emma had already begun documenting Lily's unique genetic expression for future reference. And most importantly, the mate bond between Lily and Gabrielle continued strengthening, providing foundation for whatever challenges the blood moon might bring. As evening deepened toward night, the Gormian family, now expanded to include Lily, prepared to face Victoria's threats not as separate individuals with conflicting heritage, but as unified force combining the strengths of both bloodlines. Whatever ancient rituals or modern betrayals tomorrow's blood moon might illuminate, they would meet them together, honoring the vision Lily's parents had died protecting and creating the future Rose had sacrificed everything to make possible. Gabrielle's hand found Lily's beneath the table, their fingers intertwining in that now familiar need for contact. Through their bond flowed absolute certainty. Not that victory was guaranteed, but that their connection would remain unbroken regardless of external challenges. hunter and werewolf, protector and predator, individual and pack. Complementary aspects of a shared whole rather than opposing forces in eternal conflict. The pendant at Lily's throat pulsed with steady warmth, its magic recognizing and amplifying the truth that Victoria and her conspirators had failed to understand. True power came not from ritual or bloodline purity, but from integration, adaptation, and the courage to envision something new in place of comfortable tradition. Tomorrow's blood moon would test that vision. But tonight, surrounded by newfound family and connected to her mate through bonds stronger than magic, Lily felt ready to face whatever came next. Not as the confused woman who had once cleaned the very room in which she now sat as equal, but as the bridge between worlds her parents had always intended her to become. Morning sunlight streamed through the high windows of the Gourmet training facility, illuminating a space Lily had never seen during her time as the estate's night cleaner. Located in a separate building behind the main house, the facility combined modern exercise equipment with specialized features designed specifically for werewolf training. Reinforced walls that could withstand supernatural strength, floors padded to absorb impact from bodies moving at preternatural speed, and, most unusual, a retractable ceiling panel that could expose the training area to direct moonlight when needed. The concept is simple, but the execution requires finesse, Emma explained, leading Lily to the center of the room where a circle had been traced in what appeared to be crushed moonstone. Werewolves naturally channel lunar energy, but it's usually an unconscious process that peaks during full moons. Shadow hunters, according to our records, develop techniques to block that energy as protection against werewolf abilities. Rose, who had arrived at the estate the previous evening and been welcomed with surprising warmth by Diana, nodded agreement from her seat at the edge of the training area. Hunter training focuses on resistance, learning to shield oneself from lunar influence that might otherwise enhance werewolf senses or strength when tracking us. But Lily's hybrid nature suggests she might be able to do both, Emma continued, excitement evident in her voice. Consciously channel lunar energy like werewolves while maintaining the hunter ability to control and direct that energy rather than being controlled by it. Gabriel stood nearby, his arms crossed over his chest, watchful but allowing his sister to lead this specialized training. Through their bond, Lily felt his curiosity mingled with pride as she prepared to explore abilities neither werewolf nor hunter had individually demonstrated. "How do we begin?" Lily asked, stepping into the moonstone circle with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. "With the basics," Emma replied. "First, we need to establish your baseline awareness of lunar energy in its purest form." She glanced at Gabriel, who nodded and moved toward the control panel on the far wall. With a mechanical hum, the ceiling panel above the moonstone circle began to retract, allowing direct sunlight to flood the space. Though weaker than moonlight in affecting werewolf physiology, sunlight contained many of the same energetic properties. Reflected moonlight being simply sunlight bounced from the lunar surface. "Close your eyes," Emma instructed gently. "Focus on the light touching your skin. For werewolves, this creates a subtle warming sensation beyond normal temperature change. For hunters, training teaches them to recognize and resist that warmth." Lily closed her eyes, centering her awareness on the sunlight bathing her face and arms. At first, she noticed only the ordinary warmth of light on skin, pleasant but unremarkable. Then, as her focus deepened, she became aware of something else. A subtle vibration just beneath the physical sensation, an energy that seemed to resonate with something inside her. "I feel it," she murmured, keeping her eyes closed to maintain concentration. "Like a humming beneath my skin. Not just warmth, but potential." "Excellent." Emma's voice came from nearby, pitched low to avoid disrupting Lily's focus. "That's lunar energy in its raw form. Most werewolves feel it, but can't consciously direct it. Their bodies automatically process it to enhance their natural abilities. Hunters train to block it entirely. You, with your unique genetic makeup, should theoretically be able to both absorb and manipulate it." Rose's voice joined the instruction, creating an unusual harmony of hunter and werewolf guidance. "Try to gather the energy you feel rather than just experiencing it passively. In hunter training, we visualize creating a barrier that reflects the energy away. Do the opposite. Draw it toward a central point within yourself. Lily followed the directions, visualizing the subtle vibration beneath her skin gathering toward her core. To her surprise, the sensation responded, intensifying as she mentally pulled the energy inward rather than resisting it. The pendant at her throat grew warmer, seemingly reacting to her deliberate channeling of lunar energy. Her aura is changing, Emma observed with barely contained excitement. Gabriel, are you seeing this? Through the bond, Lily felt Gabriel move closer, his presence a steady anchor as she explored this new awareness. It's silver blue, he confirmed, his voice a low rumble that sent pleasant shivers down Lily's spine despite her focused state. Neither pure werewolf gold nor hunter silver, but a perfect blend. Now for the challenging part, Emma continued. Luna, dim the ambient lights and activate the moonlight simulator. The training room's sophisticated systems responded to the voice command, regular lighting fading as specialized panels illuminated with the distinctive bluish-white glow of amplified moonlight. Not as powerful as the real thing, but engineered to mimic its unique energetic properties for training purposes. The effect on Lily was immediate and intense. The subtle vibration beneath her skin surged into something more powerful, energy coursing through her veins like liquid silver fire. Her eyes snapped open involuntarily, and from the small gasps she heard from Rose, she knew they had shifted to their wolf form. Ember with silver flecks glowing with inner light. Steady, Gabriel murmured, moving to stand directly behind her, his hands coming to rest on her shoulders. His touch grounded her instantly, the mate bond creating a circuit that helped stabilize the sudden rush of power. Don't resist it, but don't let it overwhelm you either. Find the balance point. His closeness provided more than just emotional support. As an alpha, Gabriel had greater control over lunar energy than ordinary werewolves, his body naturally processing and channeling the power that now surged through Lily. Through their mate bond, he shared that control, creating a template for her to follow with her own unique abilities. Lily leaned back slightly into his solid warmth, drawing strength from his presence as she navigated the flood of sensation. The energy flowing through her wasn't forcing a shift as it might with a regular werewolf, but instead seemed to be seeking direction, waiting for her intention to shape its expression. Now, Emma said softly, try to direct the energy to a specific purpose. Hunter training teaches focus techniques. Werewolf instinct provides power. Combine them. Rose approached cautiously, holding something that glinted in the simulated moonlight. A small silver object that Lily recognized as one of the specialized arrowheads from the hunter artifacts discovered in Victoria's quarters. Under normal circumstances, pure silver caused discomfort or even pain for werewolves, their heightened metabolisms reacting adversely to its molecular structure. Traditionally, hunters use silver because werewolves can't touch it without harm, Rose explained, extending the arrowhead toward Lily, but not yet close enough to test its effect. But hunter blood carries an adaptation that allows us to handle and direct silver's energy. If your hybrid nature includes this adaptation, Gabriel's hands tightened slightly on Lily's shoulders, concern flowing through their bond despite his outward composure. Testing her reaction to silver represented genuine risk. If her werewolf aspects dominated her hybrid physiology, the silver could cause significant pain. I trust you, Lily said quietly, the words meant for both Rose and Gabriel. To her grandmother, they conveyed confidence in the training suggestion. To her mate, reassurance that she understood and accepted the risk. Rose nodded and stepped forward, placing the silver arrowhead in Lily's outstretched palm. For a breathless moment, everyone watched for signs of distress or rejection. Instead, something extraordinary happened. The silver began to glow with the same silver-blue light that Emma had described surrounding Lily's aura, responding to her energy rather than conflicting with it. Remarkable, Emma whispered, her scientific detachment momentarily abandoned in pure wonder. She's not just tolerating the silver, she's actively resonating with it. Through their bond, Gabriel's amazement flowed into Lily, his pride in her unique abilities warming her more thoroughly than any lunar energy. His hands slid from her shoulders, down her arms, coming to rest just above her elbows in a supportive embrace that maintained their physical connection while allowing her to continue the demonstration. Try to direct the energy, Rose suggested, her expression reflecting a grandmother's pride rather than a hunter's clinical assessment. Visualize it moving from the moonlight through your body into the silver and then outward with purpose. Lily closed her eyes again, focusing on the path Rose had described. She could feel the distinctive vibration of lunar energy entering through her skin, gathering in her core where it seemed to blend with something innately her own, then flowing down her arms to the silver arrowhead in her palm. Directing that combined energy outward required only a simple shift in intention. When she opened her eyes, gasps of astonishment greeted her success. The silver arrowhead now hovered several inches above her palm, suspended in a nimbus of silver-blue light that extended from her fingers like luminous threads. Telekinesis isn't a known ability of either hunters or werewolves, Emma noted, her voice hushed with academic reverence. This is something entirely new? A true hybrid ability? Not entirely new, Rose corrected gently. Ancient hunter texts reference moon dancers, legendary figures who could manipulate silver through will alone. Most considered them myths or exaggerations of more mundane abilities. The oldest werewolf histories mention similar legends, Gabriel added, his chest warm against Lily's back as he maintained their supportive contact. Silver wolves who could touch moonlight and shape it to their purpose, we dismissed them as allegorical rather than literal. Lily barely registered their discussion, her focus entirely on maintaining the connection with the hovering arrowhead. Experimenting cautiously, she found she could move it in any direction with simple intention, guide it through basic patterns, even alter the intensity of its glow by modulating the energy she directed into it. The demonstration might have continued indefinitely if not for the sudden wave of fatigue that washed over her, breaking her concentration and sending the arrowhead dropping back into her palm. Gabriel's arms tightened around her immediately, supporting her as her knees weakened. Enough for a first session, he declared, no room for argument in his tone, despite Emma's obvious desire to continue observing. New abilities require energy to develop. She needs rest and nourishment before attempting more. The simulated moonlight dimmed at Emma's reluctant command, returning the training room to normal illumination. As the artificial lunar energy faded, Lily's fatigue became more pronounced, her body suddenly heavy with exhaustion from channeling power it had never consciously accessed before. Gabriel guided her to a cushioned bench at the room's edge, his arm secure around her waist. Rose approached with a sports drink Emma had prepared specifically for post-training recovery, the formula designed to replenish energy reserves depleted by supernatural exertion. You did wonderfully, Rose said, squeezing Lily's hand after she'd taken several sips of the revitalizing liquid. Your mother would have been so proud to see what you've become, what you can do. The simple words affected Lily deeply, bringing unexpected tears to her eyes. Through their bond, Gabriel felt her emotional response and pulled her closer against his side, his thumb tracing comforting circles against her hip. This is just the beginning, Emma assured her, scientific excitement balanced with genuine care. With practice, you should be able to access these abilities without the artificial stimulus of the moonlight simulator. By tomorrow night's blood moon, your natural powers will likely be strong enough to— Tomorrow night, Gabriel interrupted, his voice gentle but firm. For now, Lily needs recovery time. He glanced at his sister and Rose with the quiet authority that made him such an effective alpha. Perhaps you two could continue comparing notes on hunter-werewolf hybrid theory while I help Lily center and ground. The transparent excuse to create privacy might have amused Lily if she hadn't felt Gabriel's genuine concern through their bond. Emma understood her brother's priorities immediately, gathering her research notes with a knowing smile. Of course, Rose and I have plenty to discuss regarding historical precedents and theory, she winked at Lily. Take all the time you need to center and ground. Rose's expression suggested she wasn't fooled either, but she followed Emma's lead, patting Lily's shoulder affectionately before accompanying the younger woman from the training room. As the door closed behind them, blissful quiet descended, broken only by Lily and Gabriel's synchronized breathing. You pushed yourself too hard, he murmured, his lips close to her temple. Impressive, but unnecessary. We have time to develop your abilities gradually. Victoria won't wait for gradual development, Lily replied, though she leaned gratefully into his solid warmth. The blood moon rises tomorrow night, and whatever she's planning won't be delayed by my learning curve. Gabriel turned to face her fully, his expression serious as he took both her hands in his. Then we approach this differently, not through forced acceleration, but through deeper connection. His gaze held hers, intensity radiating through their bond. Let me guide you through a centering meditation, not to develop new abilities, but to integrate what you've already awakened. The offer surprised her. Gabriel had always seemed more warrior than mystic, more alpha predator than spiritual guide. Through their bond, she felt his amusement at her reaction. The Gomene line has always balanced power with wisdom, he explained, answering her unspoken thoughts. An alpha who can't center himself becomes a slave to instinct rather than its master. My grandfather taught me meditation techniques specifically designed for werewolves managing lunar influence. And you think they'll work for a hybrid? Lily asked, intrigued despite her exhaustion. With adaptation, he confirmed. The mate bond gives us unique advantages. I can guide your experience directly rather than just describing it verbally. Curiosity piqued, Lily nodded agreement. Gabriel led her back to the moonstone circle, now cool and dormant without lunar energy activation. They sat facing each other, knees touching, hands clasped between them. The mate bond hummed with heightened awareness of even this simple contact, their energy fields already beginning to synchronize without conscious effort. Close your eyes, Gabriel instructed, his voice dropping to that resonant register that seemed to vibrate through her bones. Focus first on your breathing. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Feel each breath move through your body, carrying energy with it. Lily followed his guidance, her initial skepticism fading as she felt him join her in the rhythmic breathing pattern. Through their bond, she sensed him extending his energy toward hers, creating a shared meditative space between them. Visualize your dual nature not as separate halves, but as complementary aspects of a unified whole, he continued, his thumbs tracing gentle circles against her palms. Hunter abilities flowing into werewolf strengths, werewolf instincts enhancing hunter precision, not opposition but harmony. As she followed his instructions, something remarkable began to happen. The mate bond between them expanded beyond emotional connection into a shared energy circuit. Gabrielle's natural command of werewolf abilities creating a template that her hybrid nature could recognize and adapt. His experience became accessible to her not as secondhand knowledge, but as direct understanding, her body learning patterns his had mastered through years of practice. The meditation deepened, transcending ordinary consciousness as their energies intertwined more completely. Lily found herself experiencing sensory impressions from Gabriel's perspective, how lunar energy felt to someone born to process it, how pack bonds registered as tangible connections rather than abstract concepts, how the wolf aspect of self remained present even in human form, not as separate entity but as integrated awareness. In return, Gabriel received glimpses of Lily's hunter heritage, the disciplined focus that allowed resistance to supernatural influence, the heightened perception that identified patterns and weaknesses, the connection to silver not as threat but as tool and ally. Their physical bodies remained motionless in the moonstone circle, but their energetic selves danced together in a profound communion that defied ordinary description. Not just emotional intimacy or physical attraction, but soul-deep recognition, each completing aspects of the other in perfect complementarity. When they finally emerged from the meditative state, Lily felt fundamentally changed. Not through dramatic transformation, but through deeper integration. The fatigue that had overwhelmed her earlier had transformed into calm strength, her newly awakened abilities no longer feeling foreign but naturally accessible, as if they had always been part of her and merely needed recognition rather than development. Gabrielle's eyes opened simultaneously with hers, the bond between them pulsing with shared understanding that required no words. His expression held wonder and pride in equal measure, his hands still clasping hers as if reluctant to break the profound connection they had established. That was, Lily began, finding ordinary language inadequate for what they had just experienced. I know, Gabriel replied simply, the bond conveying what words could not, that their meditation had accelerated her integration process, far beyond what individual practice could have accomplished, preparing her more effectively for tomorrow's challenges than hours of traditional training. Lily leaned forward, drawn by irresistible need to express physically what they had shared energetically. Gabriel met her halfway, his lips finding hers in a kiss that started gentle but quickly deepened with the passion of newfound understanding. Unlike their previous embraces, this kiss occurred with both of them fully aware of their complete natures. Werewolf and hunter, alpha and hybrid, two halves of a whole that transcended traditional boundaries. The mate bond vibrated between them like a living thing, amplifying every sensation and emotion until it was impossible to distinguish whose feelings originated where. Gabrielle's arms encircled her waist, drawing her from her seated position onto his lap without breaking their kiss. Lily's hands found his shoulders, then slid upward to tangle in his hair, loosening it from its tie to fall around them like a dark curtain. The bond between them hummed with shared exhilaration, pride in what they had accomplished, mingling with desire that grew more insistent with each passing moment. When they finally broke apart, both were breathing heavily, hearts synchronized in rapid rhythm. Gabriel rested his forehead against hers, his hands splayed possessively across her back. If Emma were here, he murmured, humor threading through his still husky voice, she'd be demanding to document the aura interaction she's undoubtedly missing. Lily laughed, the sound bright in the quiet training room, probably with detailed notes on energy frequencies and bonding implications, precisely why I sent her away. Gabriel's smile was both tender and predatory, a combination only he could make seem natural. His expression grew more serious as he studied her face. How do you feel now? Truly? The question went deeper than polite inquiry, the bond between them ensuring he would sense any attempt to downplay lingering fatigue or concern. But Lily found complete honesty came easily. The meditation had indeed transformed her earlier exhaustion into centered calm, her abilities now feeling accessible rather than overwhelming. Ready, she answered simply. For tomorrow night, for Victoria's schemes, for whatever comes next. Gabriel's approval and pride flowed through their bond, warming her more thoroughly than any external energy source could have. Then we proceed as planned. One more training session this afternoon with Emma and Rose to refine your control of silver manipulation, dinner with Mother to finalize strategy, and tomorrow, his expression hardened with alpha determination, tomorrow we end Victoria's threat permanently. The declaration should have frightened her. Tomorrow's confrontation would test her newly awakened abilities against enemies who had spent lifetimes developing their own powers. Yet Lily felt only calm certainty. Not from naivety, but from genuine integration of her dual nature. Hunter strategy and werewolf strength, combined with the mate bond connecting her to Gabriel, created confidence founded on capability rather than wishful thinking. As they rose from the moonstone circle, Gabriel kept her hand in his, the physical connection reinforcing the deeper bond they had established. Together they would face whatever Victoria had planned for the blood moon, not as alpha and mate, but as equal partners, each bringing unique strengths to complement the other in perfect balance. The pendant at Lily's throat pulsed with steady warmth, its magic recognizing the profound shift that had occurred during their meditation. No longer just a symbol of connection or protection, it had become a conduit for the integrated power they now shared. Werewolf and hunter, strength and strategy, instinct and intellect united in common purpose. Tomorrow's blood moon would indeed change everything, but not in the way Victoria had planned. The night before the blood moon dawned clear and cold, stars sharpening to brilliant points in the darkening sky as Lily, Gabrielle, and their small team of trusted allies prepared for infiltration. Victoria's compound, a modernist structure of glass and steel built into a remote mountainside 10 miles from Gormain territory, stood illuminated against the deepening twilight, security lights creating pools of harsh brightness amid natural shadow. "Remind me why we're doing this tonight instead of waiting for backup tomorrow," asked Owen, the young enforcer who had protected Rose at the sanctuary. He checked his gear with practiced efficiency despite his evident unease. "Because tomorrow will be too late," Emma replied, adjusting the specialized equipment she'd developed to neutralize werewolf opponents without permanent harm. The blood moon rises at 9:42 p.m. If Victoria has indeed prepared a ritual to bind regional alphas to her will, she'll begin the preliminary preparations hours before moonrise. Gabriel nodded agreement, his expression grim as he surveyed the compound through high-powered binoculars. According to the information we extracted from her accomplices, Victoria moved substantial resources here after her capture. Apparently, her contingency plan included alternate leadership ready to proceed if she was neutralized. And they still have Rose, Lily added, the fear she'd suppressed rising briefly before she centered herself using the techniques Gabriel had taught her during their meditation. Or, at least, they believe they do. The deception had been Rose's idea, allowing Victoria's remaining supporters to believe they had recaptured her during transport to the Gormani estate, while actually substituting a carefully disguised pack member with similar build. The ruse bought them valuable intelligence about Victoria's operations while keeping Rose safely hidden at the Gormani estate under Diana's personal protection. Now, that deception would allow them entry into Victoria's stronghold with minimal resistance, the guards believing they already held their primary hostage, and leverage against Lily. The security system is Hunter-designed, Lily continued, reviewing information gleaned from their surveillance. Specifically calibrated to detect werewolf energy signatures and trigger countermeasures. Standard Hunter protocol suggests they'll have silver-infused barriers at entry points, heartbeat sensors keyed to recognize non-human patterns, and probably scent detectors in the air filtration system. The detailed assessment drew impressed glances from the team members. Two of Gabriel's most trusted enforcers, plus Emma in her capacity as medical support. Through their bond, Lily felt Gabriel's pride in her seamless integration of Hunter knowledge with tactical planning. "And your proposal?" he prompted, though the bond between them meant he already knew her approach. "I go in first, alone," Lily stated, meeting each team member's gaze in turn to convey her confidence in the plan. "My hybrid nature confuses Hunter's security systems. My energy signature registers as neither fully werewolf nor fully human. I can disrupt the system from inside, creating a window for the rest of you to enter undetected." Owen frowned, concern evident in his young features. "That puts you at maximum risk with no immediate backup. Alpha surely—" "I've approved the plan," Gabriel interrupted, his tone gentle but allowing no room for debate. "Lily's unique abilities give us advantages we'd be foolish to ignore, and the mate bond ensures I'll know immediately if she encounters trouble beyond her capacity to handle." The reminder of their bond silenced further objections. Every werewolf present understood the significance of a mated pair's connection. Not just emotional attachment, but practical, tactical advantage, allowing coordination impossible for unlinked individuals. "Once inside," Lily continued, "I'll locate the central security hub and disable the remaining measures." Emma's research suggests the basement level contains the ritual space Victoria has prepared for tomorrow night. "That's our primary objective." "And if we encounter resistance?" asked Mira, the female enforcer whose combat skills had earned her a place on this high-risk mission. "Non-lethal neutralization whenever possible," Gabriel replied, his alpha authority evident despite the quiet tone. "Victoria's followers deserve fair judgment under pack law, not battlefield execution. Only if your life or a teammate's is in immediate danger are you authorized to use lethal force." The ethical restraint impressed Lily, reinforcing her appreciation for Gabriel's leadership style. Firm but just, powerful but tempered by compassion. Through their bond, she felt his resolution to maintain pack principles even when confronting those who had abandoned them. Final preparations moved swiftly after that, each team member checking specialized equipment one last time before moving into position. Gabriel drew Lily slightly apart from the others, his hands coming to rest on her shoulders as he studied her face in the gathering darkness. "You're certain about going in alone?" he asked, the question pitched for her ears only despite knowing her answer through their bond. "I am," she confirmed, her hands rising to cover his briefly. "My training with Emma yesterday accelerated my control far beyond what we expected. Between my hunter knowledge and werewolf abilities, I'm uniquely equipped for this phase." His thumbs traced gentle arcs against her collarbone, physical reassurance accompanying the emotional support flowing through their bond. "Remember, the connection works both ways. If you need me, I'll feel it and respond immediately, regardless of the plan." "I know." Lily stretched up to press a brief kiss to his lips, the contact sending warmth cascading through their bond despite its brevity. "Trust me, this will work." 20 minutes later, Lily approached the compound's perimeter alone, utilizing Hunter's stealth techniques combined with Werewolf's sensory awareness to avoid the most obvious security measures. The outer fence posed little challenge. Hunter's security systems typically focused on preventing werewolf exit rather than human entry, assuming ordinary humans would be deterred by conventional barriers. The real test came at the main building's access panel, a sophisticated system combining biometric scanning with energy field analysis specifically designed to detect supernatural entities. Lily placed her palm against the scanner, focusing her awareness as Emma had taught her during their afternoon training session. Hunter security relied on detecting the distinctive energy signature werewolves emanated, a combination of accelerated metabolism, lunar sensitivity, and the fundamental cellular differences that allowed shifting. By consciously moderating her hybrid nature, Lily could present as primarily human to such systems while maintaining access to her werewolf abilities when needed. The panel hesitated, lights flickering as it attempted to categorize the unusual readings, before finally flashing green with a soft click as the door unlocked. Through their bond, Lily sent Gabriel a pulse of success, the first phase completed without triggering alarms. Inside, the compound presented a clinical atmosphere. Stark white corridors, minimalist furnishings, and the distinctive scent of silver nitrate solution used in Hunter protective measures. Lily moved with careful precision, avoiding security cameras using the facility's schematic Emma had constructed from satellite imaging and informant descriptions. The central security hub was located on the second floor, accessed through a corridor protected by motion sensors and weight-stringered floor panels. Here, Lily's werewolf agility proved invaluable, allowing her to navigate the security gauntlet with balletic grace, distributing her weight precisely to avoid triggering pressure plates, while moving swiftly enough to evade motion detection. The hub itself proved more challenging. A sealed room requiring authorized personnel credentials, Lily retrieved a small device Emma had provided, attaching it to the electronic lock and activating its specialized disruption field. The technology represented a unique fusion of werewolf pack resources and hunter countermeasures, developed through collaboration between Emma and Rose over the past 24 hours. When the door slid open, Lily slipped inside, quickly assessing the monitoring systems before locating the main control panel. Her fingers flew across the interface with practiced precision, hunter training providing detailed knowledge of typical security protocols, while werewolf senses detected subtle indicators of additional protective measures. Within minutes, she had created a blind spot in the system, a corridor of non-detection that would allow Gabriel and the others to enter unmonitored. Through their bond, she sent not just confirmation but detailed imagery of the route they should take, the mate connection allowing more efficient communication than any technological alternative. Gabriel's acknowledgement came with a wave of pride and admiration that warmed her despite the tension of their mission. Lily continued manipulating the security systems, establishing false feedback loops that would prevent automated alerts while she investigated deeper into the facility. With the team now entering through her established safe corridor, Lily turned her attention to locating the basement level mentioned in their intelligence reports. The facility schematics showed restricted access via service elevator protected by additional security measures beyond those she'd already bypassed. Rather than attempting to defeat these systems directly, Lily opted for a less conventional approach. Air ventilation ducts, while cliched in fiction, provided genuine access routes in facilities designed to support both human and werewolf occupants, the latter requiring significantly enhanced air circulation to accommodate their heightened metabolism and sensitivity to airborne particles. The duct system proved navigable, if uncomfortable, Lily's slight frame allowing passage where Gabriel's broader shoulders would have been constricted. She moved silently through the metal passages, using her enhanced senses to track energy signatures throughout the building, identifying concentrations of activity that suggested guard positions or occupied areas to avoid. A distinctive energy pattern drew her attention, not the expected werewolf signatures of Victoria's followers, nor the absence that would indicate human guards, but something unfamiliar yet naggingly reminiscent of sensations she'd experienced during her training with Emma. Curious and concerned, Lily followed this energy trace to a vent overlooking a large laboratory space within the basement level. What she saw through the grating froze her blood despite her newly integrated werewolf warmth. Examination tables with restraints, specialized equipment for collecting and processing biological samples, and most disturbingly, containment cells holding captive werewolves in various states of distress. This wasn't merely preparation for a ritual, it was a research facility dedicated to studying werewolf physiology through invasive methods. The ethical violations evident in the setup would horrify both hunter and werewolf communities, representing perversion of both traditions' principles. Through their bond, Lily transmitted what she was witnessing to Gabriel, his response immediate and visceral. Rage tempered by strategic focus, determination to rescue the captives without endangering the mission's primary objective. His physical location registered through their connection, 2 corridors away with Emma and the enforcers, approaching cautiously while avoiding the security measures Lily had identified. Continuing through the ventilation system, Lily followed the unusual energy signature to its source. A circular chamber deep within the basement level, its architecture distinctly different from the modern facility surrounding it. Ancient stones formed walls inscribed with symbols combining hunter runes and werewolf pack markings in sacrilegious hybridization. At the chamber's center stood an altar of black marble, its surface etched with a complex ritual circle inlaid with silver. Most disturbing were the 13 pedestals arranged in a perfect circle around the altar, each bearing a silver bowl filled with what Lily's enhanced senses identified as blood. Werewolf blood, specifically, with the distinctive markers of alpha lineage. Victoria had been harvesting genetic material from regional alpha werewolves, preparing components for a ritual of unprecedented ambition and cruelty. The realization crystallized Lily's understanding of Victoria's true plan, not merely to usurp Gabrielle's position through traditional challenge, or to eliminate Lily as potential rival, but to magically bind all regional alphas to her will during the blood moon, creating a super pack under her absolute control. The captive werewolves weren't just research subjects, but living batteries, their lunar sensitivity to be harvested and channeled during the ritual to amplify Victoria's power. As this understanding formed in Lily's mind, the mate bond transmitted it directly to Gabrielle, his strategic assessment merging with her theoretical knowledge to create comprehensive understanding of the threat they faced. Not just to their personal relationship or Gabrielle's pack leadership, but to the autonomy of all werewolf packs within the region. Dozens of communities and hundreds of individuals who would become puppets to Victoria's will if her ritual succeeded. The scale of the threat demanded immediate response. Lily located an access point from the ventilation system into an unoccupied storage area adjacent to the ritual chamber. Dropping silently to the floor, she sent Gabriel precise directions to her location while beginning her own reconnaissance of the immediate area. The storage room contained ritual components awaiting final placement, ceremonial daggers with silver blades and bone handles, chalices of etched obsidian, herbs and minerals Lily recognized from both hunter lore and werewolf tradition as amplifiers of lunar energy. Most concerning was a central display case containing an artifact she recognized from Rose's descriptions, the Alpha Brand, an ancient tool used in werewolf history to mark pack hierarchies permanently into a wolf's essence. Supposedly destroyed centuries ago when packs adopted more consensual leadership models, the brand represented the darkest aspects of werewolf tradition: forced submission rather than earned respect, domination rather than leadership. Its presence confirmed the ritual's purpose and highlighted the danger Victoria posed not just to current packs, but to the very ethical foundation of modern werewolf society. Gabriel and the team reached her position minutes later, entering the storage room with supernatural silence. Through their bond, Lily conveyed the urgency of what she'd discovered without need for spoken explanation. Efficiency that proved crucial as sounds of activity emerged from the ritual chamber beyond. "They're beginning preliminary preparations," Emma whispered, checking readings on a specialized scanner she'd developed. Energy signatures suggest at least 6 werewolves, plus something else. Not human, not werewolf, but hunter, Lily completed, certainty flowing from inherited knowledge rather than conscious deduction. Victoria allied with rogue hunters to develop this ritual. It explains the hybrid nature of the symbols and components. Gabriel's expression darkened, the betrayal of werewolf tradition striking him on levels beyond the merely strategic. Where are the captives being held? We extract them first, then neutralize the ritual components. Lily indicated the laboratory she'd observed through the ventilation system. 2 levels up, heavily guarded. But that's not where they're keeping our primary objective. Reaching through their bond, she shared the insight that had formed while waiting for the team. A certainty about Rose's location that defied logical explanation but resonated with instinctive truth. The ceremonial chamber has an antechamber, she continued aloud for the others' benefit. Traditional hunter configuration places high-value assets in proximity to ritual spaces but with independent security. That's where they'll be keeping who they believe is Rose and potentially other bargaining assets. Gabriel nodded, trust in her assessment flowing through their bond along with strategic modifications to their original plan. Oh, and Mira, you'll extract the captive werewolves from the laboratory. Emma, provide medical support as needed. Lily and I will secure the antechamber and neutralize the ritual components to prevent completion tomorrow night. The simple inclusion, Lily and I, warmed her despite the tense circumstances. Not alpha and mate or werewolf and hybrid, but equal partners approaching a complex challenge with complementary abilities. Chapter 7. Blood Moon Rising. The blood moon hung low in the night sky, its crimson light washing over the forested slopes of Gormain Ridge with ominous intensity. From their concealed position at the edge of the tree line, Lily and Gabriel observed the compound Victoria had established for her ritual. A modernistic structure of glass and concrete partially built into the mountainside, its stark lines at odds with the natural landscape surrounding it. Security seems minimal, Gabriel murmured, his night vision identifying only 2 guards patrolling the perimeter. Either Victoria's overconfident or most of her people are already inside preparing for the ritual, Lily finished, her newly awakened hunter instincts analyzing patterns in the guards' movements. The blood moon peaks in less than 2 hours. They'll be focused on preparations rather than external threats. Gabriel nodded, his shoulder pressed against hers as they maintained the physical contact their mate bond still craved. After 2 days of constant connection, the bond had stabilized somewhat, no longer requiring touch to function, but still strengthening with each physical connection. Emma's tracking device confirms Rose is being held in the lower level, he said, checking the small tablet displaying a blinking dot that represented the nanotracker Emma had introduced into Rose's bloodstream during her medical evaluation, along with at least 6 other heat signatures, likely the missing werewolves from the northern packs. The disappearances had been the final piece of Victoria's puzzle. When Rose reviewed the texts found in Victoria's quarters, she'd identified references to a ritual requiring the essence of 7 alphas combined with blood of the bridge between worlds. 7 werewolf alphas had vanished from neighboring territories over the past month. Disappearances initially attributed to territorial disputes, but now clearly connected to Victoria's plans. The eastern entrance, Lily suggested, indicating a service door partially concealed by landscaping. Based on the building schematics Emma pulled from county records, it provides the most direct access to the lower levels. Gabriel's approval flowed through their bond, not just at her tactical assessment, but at the seamless way she integrated hunter strategy with werewolf strengths. Eastern entrance, he confirmed. You lead with hunter stealth. I'll provide werewolf muscle if needed. The plan they'd developed with Diana and Emma was straightforward. Infiltrate the compound, locate and free Rose and the captive alphas, then confront Victoria with sufficient pack witnesses to make her ritual and conspiracy public knowledge. Gabriel had brought 4 trusted enforcers who now waited at strategic positions around the compound, ready to create diversions if necessary. What they hadn't anticipated was how completely the blood moon would affect them both. Gabrielle experiencing the traditional werewolf response of heightened aggression and sensory awareness. Lily discovering that her hybrid nature responded to the crimson moonlight with equal intensity but greater control. While Gabriel fought his instincts to shift immediately, Lily found herself able to access enhanced abilities without full transformation, a skill Emma had helped her develop through focused training sessions. "Remember," Gabriel said as they prepared to move, "Victoria doesn't know about your transformation or the completion of our bond. She'll be expecting a frightened human woman and an alpha weakened by concern for his mate." Lily nodded, drawing the silver dagger from her parents' sanctuary. The weapon felt natural in her hand, her hunter heritage recognizing its balance and purpose, while her werewolf side remained unharmed by its touch. Another benefit of her unique dual nature. "Stay in constant contact through the bond," Gabriel reminded her, briefly touching his forehead to hers. "If we're separated." "We won't be," Lily interrupted, though the possibility had been included in their contingency planning. The mate bond would allow them to locate each other regardless of physical barriers, an advantage Victoria couldn't anticipate. Gabriel's eyes flashed gold momentarily, the wolf within responding to the confidence and strength in his mate. Through their bond flowed his pride, his trust, and beneath it all a fierce protectiveness that enhanced rather than diminished her own capabilities. They moved silently across the open ground between forest and compound, Lily's hunter training guiding their approach through the guards' blind spots. When they reached the service entrance, Gabriel made quick work of the electronic lock, his claws partially extending to interface with the security panel in a way Lily found both disturbing and impressive. "Alpha privileges," he explained with a slight smile, catching her reaction through their bond. "Pack technology adapts to leadership." The door opened with a soft hydraulic hiss, revealing a sterile corridor illuminated by recessed lighting along the floor. No alarms sounded. Their first piece of luck in what promised to be a challenging extraction. They moved through the compound with practiced coordination, Gabriel taking point where werewolf strength might be required, Lily leading where hunter's stealth offered advantage. Their bond allowed nonverbal communication that made them devastatingly effective as a team, anticipating each other's moves without discussion or hesitation. The facility's layout matched the county records Emma had obtained, suggesting Victoria had repurposed an existing structure rather than building from scratch. Signs of hasty modification were everywhere. New security doors installed over original frames, makeshift barricades at key junctions, ritual symbols etched into walls alongside standard emergency evacuation routes. As they descended toward the lower levels, the ambient temperature dropped noticeably, the air carrying hints of medicinal chemicals and something more primal. Blood magic already in use, preparing the space for whatever ritual Victoria had planned. "Close," Gabriel murmured, indicating the tracking device now showing Rose's location just beyond a heavily secured door at the corridor's end. Lily nodded, focusing on the door's security measures with hunter-trained eyes. Biometric lock keyed to Victoria's pack. Standard countermeasures would trigger alarms. Before Gabriel could suggest an alternative approach, Lily placed her palm against the scanner, closing her eyes to concentrate on a technique Emma had helped her develop. Drawing on her hybrid nature, she allowed a partial transformation to flow through her hand. Not enough to shift its shape, but sufficient to alter its biological signature to mimic Victoria's pack markers. The scanner hummed, processing the contradictory data, readings that matched Victoria's pack alongside elements it couldn't categorize. For a moment, Lily feared the system would reject the attempt, but then the light flashed green, the heavy door unlocking with a solid click. "That's..." Gabriel stared at her with undisguised admiration. "Useful," Lily suggested, a smile tugging at her lips despite the tension of their mission. "I was going to say incredibly hot," he replied, his voice dropping to that register that never failed to send shivers down her spine. "But useful works, too." The moment of levity strengthened their bond, allowing them to approach the final stage of the rescue with renewed focus. Gabriel eased the door open, revealing a large chamber divided into smaller cells by transparent barriers. Not glass, but some crystalline substance, etched with symbols neither purely hunter nor werewolf in origin. Inside each cell sat a werewolf in various states of consciousness, all displaying the distinctive physical markers of alphas, larger than average, with subtle signs of dominance even in their weakened state. Medical equipment monitored their vital signs, while IV lines extracted blood and other fluids for purposes Lily didn't want to contemplate. and in the cell nearest the door, perfectly alert and watching their approach with unsurprised calm, sat Rose. "You late," she said by way of greeting, rising to her feet with remarkable steadiness given her circumstances. "The ritual begins at moonrise apex less than 40 minutes from now." Gabriel made quick work of the cell door while Lily maintained watch on the corridor. "You seem remarkably composed for a prisoner," he observed as the door swung open. "Third time being captured by werewolves," Rose replied with a shrug. "You develop a certain perspective." Her gaze shifted to Lily, eyes narrowing with assessment. "You've shifted. And bonded. Good. You'll need both to counter what Victoria's planning." No surprise, no shock at her granddaughter's transformation, just practical acknowledgement and immediate focus on the threat at hand. Typical Rose. Lily felt a rush of affection for the complicated, resilient woman who had raised her. "What exactly is she planning?" Gabriel asked as they moved to free the other captives. "Our intelligence suggested a power transference ritual using alpha essence and Lily's blood, but the specifics remained unclear." Rose shook her head, helping a particularly weakened alpha to his feet. "Not transference, transformation. Victoria doesn't want to control werewolves. She wants to become something beyond werewolf. A hybrid like Lily, but achieved through ritual rather than birth." The revelation sent a chill through Lily. "That's why she needed me specifically. Not just hunter blood, but mixed blood." "Hunter-werewolf hybrid blood is the catalyst for her ritual," Rose confirmed, her expression grim. "Combined with alpha essence from 7 bloodlines and performed under the blood moon, it creates temporary genetic plasticity, allowing the subject to incorporate traits from both species into their own DNA." Gabriel's shock and concern flowed through their bond. Such a ritual would be incredibly dangerous, unstable at best, catastrophic at worst. "Victoria doesn't care about stability," Rose said, as they finished freeing the final alpha, a gray-haired woman who appeared more coherent than her male counterparts. "She's dying." "Dying?" Lily and Gabriel echoed simultaneously. "Genetic deterioration syndrome," Rose explained. "Common in bloodlines that have practiced extreme inbreeding to maintain purity. The Reeves family has avoided outbreeding for 9 generations, resulting in progressive genetic collapse. Victoria has perhaps 6 months to live without intervention." Understanding dawned in Gabriel's expression. "So this isn't about power or status. It's survival," Lily finished. "She believes this ritual will rewrite her failing DNA, creating a new, stable genetic structure using hybrid and alpha templates." "And it might work," Rose admitted reluctantly. "The theoretical foundations are sound, if the historical accounts can be trusted. But the cost..." She glanced meaningfully at the weakened alphas they were helping toward the exit. 7 alphas dead, and Lily? "Victoria needs my living blood for the ritual," Lily guessed, the pieces falling into place. "Not just a sample, but a continuous transfusion throughout the transformation process?" Rose nodded grimly. "Until the ritual completes or you're drained dry, whichever comes first." The group moved toward the exit, Gabriel leading with Lily and Rose bringing up the rear, supporting the alphas still unsteady from whatever sedatives Victoria had administered. They had nearly reached the security door when alarms suddenly blared throughout the facility. Red emergency lights replacing the standard illumination. "Perimeter breach," Gabriel growled, checking the tablet. Someone triggered the exterior sensors, probably one of the Alpha's packs tracking their leaders. "We need to move faster," Lily urged, sensing guards converging on their position through her enhanced hearing. "The main exit will be blocked. We need an alternative route." Rose pointed to a service corridor branching from the main hallway. "Ventilation shaft access. Too small for most werewolves, but adequate for humans. I mapped it during my captivity." Gabriel's frustration flowed through their bond. The exit would accommodate Rose and possibly the weakened alphas, but not his larger frame. They would need to separate, exactly the scenario they'd hoped to avoid. "Get them out," he said to Lily, decision made despite his reluctance. "I'll create a diversion. Draw the guards away from your escape route." Lily wanted to argue but recognized the tactical necessity. The alphas needed protection, Rose needed escort, Gabriel had the strength and authority to delay Victoria's guards most effectively. "Through the bond," she reminded him, touching his face briefly. "Always connected." His hand covered hers for a heartbeat, golden eyes conveying everything words couldn't. Always. Then he was moving, shifting fluidly to wolf form, his massive black shape charging toward the approaching guards with alpha power radiating from him in palpable waves. The diversion worked, guards redirecting to confront the immediate threat of an enraged alpha werewolf rather than protecting other possible escape routes. "This way," Rose urged, already guiding the weakened alphas toward the ventilation access. "Quickly, before Victoria realizes what's happening." Lily hesitated, torn between following Rose and the alphas to safety or tracking Gabriel through their bond. The mate connection hummed with his determination and focus, no fear or pain suggesting immediate danger. Rose and the alphas, however, remained vulnerable despite their head start. With reluctance surpassing Gabriel's earlier decision, Lily chose to protect the rescued captives first, following Rose into the service corridor and helping the alphas navigate the narrow passage toward the ventilation shaft. Once they reached the access point, she assisted Rose in removing the grate, creating an opening large enough for even the bulkier male alphas to squeeze through with effort. "This leads directly to the eastern slope," Rose explained, helping the first alpha into the shaft. "Follow it for 50 yards, then take the first right junction. It will emerge near the tree line." One by one, the alphas entered the shaft, their movement slow but steadier than Lily had expected given their ordeal. When only Rose remained, Lily made her decision. "Go with them," she instructed her grandmother. "Get them to the extraction point where Gabriel's enforcers are waiting. They'll need your knowledge of what Victoria's been doing to properly treat the alphas." Rose's eyes narrowed. "And you?" Lily touched the pendant at her throat, feeling Gabriel's presence through their bond. Still strong, but moving deeper into the facility rather than toward an exit. "My mate needs me." Understanding and approval flickered across Rose's weathered features. "Hunter instinct, werewolf loyalty," she observed with something like pride. "Your parents would be pleased with how completely their vision manifested in you." She squeezed Lily's arm once, firm and quick. "Go, find him. Stop Victoria before the ritual progresses too far. No arguments, no attempts to protect her granddaughter from danger, just acknowledgement of Lily's choice and practical support for her mission." In that moment, Lily saw clearly the shadow hunter leader Rose had once been, recognizing a fellow warrior rather than a child to be sheltered. As Rose disappeared into the ventilation shaft, Lily turned back toward the main corridor, extending her senses to gauge the situation. The guards Gabriel had drawn away were still in pursuit, their movements echoing from deeper in the facility. The alarms continued blaring, but a new sound had joined them. Rhythmic chanting emanating from what building schematics had identified as the central chamber. The ritual was beginning. Victoria had decided to proceed despite the security breach, perhaps believing the disruption was merely the rescue attempt for the captive alphas, rather than a direct challenge to her plans. Lily moved with renewed purpose, her hunter training guiding her through the facility while avoiding the remaining guards. The mate bond served as compass, Gabrielle's presence a steady pull directing her deeper into the compound's heart, where Victoria had established her ritual chamber. When guards appeared in her path, Lily didn't hesitate. Drawing on Emma's training and her hybrid nature, she accessed enhanced abilities without full transformation, extending claws just enough to disable security panels, accelerating reflexes to dodge attacks, amplifying strength to incapacitate opponents without killing them. Each encounter revealed more of her potential, hunter combat techniques blending seamlessly with werewolf physical advantages. Where pure hunters relied on weapons and strategy, and pure werewolves depended on overwhelming strength and speed, Lily combined both approaches with devastating effectiveness, evading rather than confronting when possible, neutralizing rather than eliminating when combat proved necessary. The mate bond suddenly flared with alarm, not fear, but urgent warning. Gabriel had encountered something unexpected, something requiring immediate attention. His emotions flowed to Lily more as impressions than concrete thoughts. Victoria, ritual chamber, captivity, urgency. Lily abandoned caution, sprinting toward the central chamber, where the bond indicated Gabriel now remained stationary. The chanting grew louder as she approached, accompanied by a humming vibration that seemed to resonate in her bones. Blood magic activating in response to the moon's position approaching apex. The doors to the ritual chamber stood open, guarded but unbarricaded. Victoria, apparently confident in whatever measures she'd taken to neutralize threats within rather than without. Lily dispatched the 2 sentries with hunter-precise strikes to pressure points that rendered them unconscious without permanent damage, then paused at the threshold to assess the situation before entering. The chamber beyond was vast, its ceiling open to the night sky where the blood moon hung directly overhead, its crimson light channeled through a series of mirrors and crystals to focus on a central altar. Victoria stood beside this altar wearing ceremonial robes of pure white that contrasted sharply with the dark symbols painted across her exposed skin. Around her, a dozen robed figures maintained the rhythmic chanting Lily had heard throughout the facility. And secured to the altar itself, bound by silver chains that would weaken a purebred werewolf but merely inconvenience a hybrid, lay Gabriel. Lily's first instinct was immediate attack, a surge of protective rage flowing through their bond with such intensity that Gabriel's head turned toward the doorway despite his restraints, golden eyes finding hers across the chamber. His response came instantly through their connection. Wait, observe, understand before engaging. The tactical wisdom penetrated her initial reaction, allowing Lily to pull back from the doorway before Victoria or her acolytes noticed her presence. Gabriel wasn't in immediate danger, secured but not injured, the silver chains weakening but not harming him. Victoria appeared focused on final ritual preparations rather than tormenting her captive. Through their bond, Gabriel conveyed fragmented impressions: ambush, unexpected reinforcements, tactical retreat interrupted, current situation survivable but precarious. He'd been overwhelmed not by Victoria herself, but by previously hidden allies who had emerged once the alarm sounded. Lily forced herself to observe methodically, analyzing the ritual chamber with combined hunter precision and werewolf senses. The altar stood at the chamber's center, positioned directly beneath an elaborate skylight that channeled the blood moon's crimson illumination. Around the altar, a complex array of symbols had been inscribed on the floor. Some recognizably hunter in origin, others distinctly werewolf, and still others belonging to traditions Lily couldn't identify. 7 pedestals surrounded the altar at precise intervals, each holding a crystalline vessel containing what appeared to be blood, the essence, extracted from the captive alphas. Lily realized with revulsion. A final pedestal stood empty, closest to Victoria, presumably awaiting Lily's own contribution to the ritual. Victoria herself looked simultaneously powerful and diminished, her white blonde hair forming a stark contrast to her ceremonial robes, her ice blue eyes fever-bright with anticipation, yet her physical form showing subtle signs of the genetic deterioration Rose had described. Slight asymmetry to her features, unnatural pallor beneath her fair complexion, movements precise but occasionally interrupted by tremors she couldn't entirely conceal. She was indeed dying, her perfect exterior beginning to reflect the genetic collapse occurring within. As Lily watched, Victoria raised her arms toward the blood moon visible through the skylight, her voice rising above the continued chanting of her followers. "The apex approaches," she announced, her tone carrying ritualistic formality. "The vessels are prepared, the altar is consecrated." Her gaze shifted to Gabriel, triumph evident in her expression. "And the unexpected gift of an alpha's mate-bonded blood will amplify our working beyond all expectation." "You won't succeed, Victoria," Gabriel replied, his voice steady despite his restrained position. "The rescue team has already freed your captives. Without all 7 alpha essences, your ritual cannot be completed." Victoria's laugh held genuine amusement. "You think I kept all my resources in one location?" "The alphas you found were merely the final additions, their essences already extracted and preserved." She gestured to the crystal vessels surrounding the altar. "Everything required for the ritual was secured days ago. Your rescue mission changes nothing." "Except that you're missing the final ingredient," Gabriel countered. Lily Carter won't be delivering herself to your ritual as planned. A temporary setback, Victoria dismissed with casual confidence. The hybrid's grandmother escaped with your rescue team, but there are other ways to acquire what I need. Her smile turned predatory as she approached Gabriel, such as extracting it from her mate. Gabriel's confusion flowed through their bond, mirroring Lily's own. Victoria believed she could use Gabriel's blood as substitute for Lily's? That made no scientific sense based on the ritual requirements. Our bond doesn't make my blood equivalent to hers, Gabriel stated, clearly following the same reasoning. Not equivalent, Victoria agreed, but connected. The mate bond creates a biological bridge between bonded pairs, each carrying cellular markers from the other, particularly when the bond is newly formed and still establishing itself. Your blood now contains trace elements of your mate's hybrid nature, sufficient for my purposes when properly amplified by blood moon magic. The explanation contained enough scientific validity to be plausible. Emma had documented similar transfer of biological markers during their research into Lily and Gabriel's bond formation. Whether such trace elements would actually serve Victoria's ritual was less certain, but she clearly believed they would. Victoria turned away from Gabriel, approaching a side table laden with ritual implements. It's not my preferred approach. Direct hybrid blood would yield more predictable results. But adaptation is the essence of survival, is it not? She selected an ornate silver knife, its blade etched with symbols similar to those on the chamber floor. And I have survived this long by adapting to circumstances. As she tested the blade's edge against her thumb, drawing a perfect bead of crimson, Victoria continued conversationally. Did your mate tell you why I need this ritual, Gabrielle? Did Elena Vasquez share what she learned during her captivity? Genetic deterioration syndrome, Gabrielle replied, his tone neutral despite his vulnerable position. Your family's insistence on bloodline purity has resulted in progressive genetic collapse. Such a clinical description for what is essentially my body declaring war on itself. Victoria examined the blood on her thumb with academic interest. Cell by cell, my perfect, purebred werewolf DNA is unraveling. The price of 9 generations without external genetic introduction. She approached the altar again, knife in hand. My ancestors believed they were preserving our strength by preventing dilution. Instead, they engineered our extinction. Bitterness crept into her voice. Unless someone finds the courage to break tradition entirely. By stealing genetic material from other bloodlines rather than pursuing legitimate alliances, Gabriel observed, testing his bonds systematically while maintaining Victoria's attention through conversation. Lily remained hidden, recognizing that Gabriel was deliberately drawing out the exchange to delay the ritual while she formulated a plan. The blood moon had nearly reached its apex position. Within minutes, the focused moonlight would activate the magical properties of the ritual array, making intervention significantly more dangerous once the process began. Through their bond, Gabriel conveyed subtle information about his restraints, silver chains weakening his werewolf strength, but not entirely negating his alpha power. With sufficient motivation and the right timing, he could break free, but doing so prematurely would eliminate their element of surprise. Legitimate alliances? Victoria's laugh held genuine amusement. Your pack rejected 16 formal mating proposals from Reeves family members over the past century. Your mother terminated arrangement discussions when you were 12. You yourself have systematically avoided formal courting rituals with appropriate mates from established bloodlines. Her gaze sharpened. Until you developed an inexplicable fascination with a night cleaner carrying hunter blood. Gabriel's response flowed through their bond rather than aloud. Wry acknowledgement that Victoria's assessment wasn't entirely incorrect, if misleadingly framed. The Gourmain pack had indeed maintained careful distance from the Reeves family, whose reputation for manipulation and cruelty had been well established long before Victoria's current schemes. The ritual you're attempting has never succeeded, Gabrielle said instead, redirecting the conversation. Historical records document 17 attempts, all resulting in catastrophic failure. Historical records document 17 attempts using incomplete methodology, Victoria corrected, her attention shifting to the skylight where the blood moon now approached perfect alignment with the ritual array. None had access to true hybrid blood, or even the trace elements your bond has transferred to your bloodstream. None occurred precisely at apex during a blood moon, appearing at the specific celestial configuration present tonight. She checked an ornate timepiece hanging from her ceremonial robes. A configuration that will not recur for 73 years. Long after my deterioration would have claimed my life. Lily processed this information rapidly, understanding washing through her. Victoria wasn't merely desperate, she was methodical. A researcher pursuing a high-risk experimental procedure with the disciplined precision of a scientist rather than the blind faith of a zealot. This made her simultaneously more dangerous and more predictable. The blood moon's light intensified as it reached optimal position, the chamber's crystals capturing and focusing its crimson rays into a perfect circle encompassing the altar and ritual array. Victoria's acolytes increased their chanting tempo, the rhythmic sounds creating patterns that resonated with the symbols on the floor, causing them to pulse with subtle luminescence. "It begins," Victoria announced, raising the ritual knife. "Alpha blood first, to establish the foundation." Lily knew she had seconds to act before Victoria drew Gabriel's blood and activated the first stage of the ritual. Once blood magic initiated, interrupting the process could trigger unpredictable and potentially catastrophic backlash. Drawing on every aspect of her hybrid nature, hunter stealth, werewolf speed, and the intuitive coordination their mate bond provided, Lily launched herself from her concealed position with perfect timing. As Victoria lowered the ritual knife toward Gabriel's exposed forearm, Lily crossed the chamber in a blur of movement, colliding with Victoria's side with carefully calculated force sufficient to disrupt her aim without triggering immediate retaliation from her acolytes. The knife clattered across the stone floor as Victoria stumbled sideways, genuine shock registering on her face as she processed Lily's sudden appearance. The acolytes faltered in their chanting, the ritual's carefully constructed rhythm disrupted by the unexpected intervention. "Impossible," Victoria breathed, regaining her balance with preternatural grace despite the genetic deterioration affecting her coordination. "You cannot be here." "And yet," Lily replied, positioning herself between Victoria and the altar where Gabriel lay, "here I am." Victoria's shock transformed to calculation as she rapidly reassessed the situation. "Fascinating. You've come to sacrifice yourself for your mate, just as predicted, though via an unexpected route." Her gaze sharpened, taking in details of Lily's stance and appearance with scientific precision. "There's something different about you. Your energy signature has changed since our last encounter." "I've embraced my heritage," Lily stated simply, allowing a hint of her hybrid nature to surface. Eyes shifting to amber gold, nails extending slightly into claws, her presence radiating power that was neither purely hunter nor werewolf, but something uniquely her own. Understanding dawned in Victoria's expression, followed by intense interest that overrode even her initial anger at the interruption. "You've shifted, a successful hybrid transformation without ritual assistance." She took a step forward, scientific curiosity momentarily superseding ritual concerns. "How? When? What form manifested?" The questions came rapidly, researcher overriding ritualist, confirming Lily's assessment of Victoria's true nature. Not merely power-hungry or vengeful, but desperately seeking survival through methodical investigation of alternatives to her genetic fate. "Step away from the altar," Lily commanded, ignoring the questions while maintaining her protective position. "Release Gabriel and end this ritual before the blood moon's influence triggers magical backlash from your interrupted working." Victoria's gaze flicked to the skylight, where the blood moon hung in perfect alignment for only minutes more. "Too late for that," she said, her tone shifting from scientific to predatory. "The energies are already in motion. The ritual requires completion in some form, or the consequences will affect everyone in this chamber, including your precious mate." Through their bond, Gabriel confirmed this assessment. Blood magic, once initiated through preliminary invocations, created an energetic condition requiring resolution. The interrupted ritual had generated potential that would discharge unpredictably if not properly channeled and concluded. "There is an alternative," Victoria continued, stepping sideways to retrieve the fallen ritual knife with deliberate movements. "One that serves both our interests." She gestured toward the empty pedestal near the altar. "Your willing participation, not as sacrifice, but as catalyst. You expect me to help you? Lily's disbelief was genuine, despite her tactical need to keep Victoria talking while Gabriel worked subtly against his restraints. I expect you to recognize opportunity when presented. Victoria's ice-blue eyes gleamed with intensity that bordered on mania. You stand at a threshold few have ever encountered. Hybrid by birth, mate bonded to an alpha, positioned at the convergence of bloodlines long divided. Your parents understood the potential such convergence represented. The reference to her parents sent a shock through Lily. What do you know about my parents? Victoria's smile held genuine satisfaction at having captured Lily's full attention. More than you might expect. Who do you think funded their early research? Who provided access to genetic samples from multiple werewolf bloodlines? Who protected their work from hunter oversight while they developed their theories about hybrid viability? You're lying, Lily stated, though uncertainty crept into her voice. Rose's journals had mentioned unnamed benefactors supporting her daughter and son-in-law's research, individuals never identified for security reasons. Am I? Victoria countered. Ask yourself how two researchers, one from a hunter bloodline, one carrying dormant werewolf genes, could possibly have acquired the resources necessary for their groundbreaking work without significant behind-the-scenes support. She gestured toward Lily with the ritual knife. How they could have created you without access to specialized knowledge about genetic compatibility between historically incompatible bloodlines. The possibility that Victoria or her family might have been connected to her parents' research created momentary hesitation in Lily's protective stance. Exactly the opening Victoria had been maneuvering toward. With werewolf speed belying her deteriorating condition, she lunged forward, ritual knife arcing toward Lily's extended arm. Lily's hybrid reflexes saved her from serious injury, but the blade still scored a shallow cut across her forearm, drawing the blood Victoria had sought all along. With triumphant efficiency, Victoria captured the welling crimson droplets in a crystal vial produced from her robes. Freely given or reluctantly taken, blood is blood to the ritual, Victoria declared, backing away with her prize. And hybrid blood, even in small quantities, will suffice when properly amplified. Gabriel's surge of protective rage flowed through their bond, providing the emotional catalyst he needed to overcome the silver chain's weakening effect. With a sound that was half human roar and half wolf howl, he shattered his restraints, fragments of silver link scattering across the ritual chamber's floor. The acolytes abandoned their chanting positions, moving to intercept the freed alpha, but Gabriel's focus remained entirely on reaching Lily's side. Through their bond flowed absolute certainty, protection of his mate taking precedence over confronting Victoria directly. Victoria, for her part, showed no concern at Gabrielle's escape. Her attention had shifted entirely to the ritual array, where she now poured Lily's captured blood into the empty pedestal, completing the circle of components necessary for her transformation. Too late, she announced, satisfaction evident in her voice as she took position at the array's center, directly beneath the blood moon's focused light. The final catalyst is in place. The ritual proceeds regardless of your interference. As if responding to her declaration, the blood moon's crimson light intensified, narrowing to a concentrated beam that engulfed Victoria's white-robed form. The symbols inscribed on the chamber floor pulsed with corresponding energy, connections forming between the pedestals containing alpha essence and the central point where Victoria stood with arms outstretched. Gabriel reached Lily's side, physically placing himself between her and Victoria despite Lily's hybrid nature making such protection unnecessary. The gesture wasn't rational but instinctual, alpha male shielding his mate from perceived threat regardless of her demonstrated capabilities. Through their bond, Lily conveyed understanding rather than offense at this protective impulse while simultaneously sharing tactical assessment of their situation. Victoria's ritual had progressed too far for simple physical intervention. The magical energies now activated would require specialized countermeasures to disrupt safely. We need to contain the backlash if we stop her, Lily murmured, allowing Gabriel to examine her wounded arm while maintaining focus on Victoria. Blood magic this powerful could level the entire compound if improperly terminated. Gabriel nodded, his thumb gently tracing the already healing cut on Lily's forearm. Their mate bond accelerating her natural recovery process. My mother and Emma are approaching with reinforcements. They brought containment equipment based on Rose's recommendation. The news provided momentary relief, but Victoria's transformation had already begun, making time their enemy once again. The blood moon's concentrated light seemed to penetrate her physical form, illuminating her from within as the ritual's components activated in sequence. "Witness the future of our kind," Victoria announced, her voice taking on harmonic qualities that resonated unnaturally throughout the chamber. Not werewolf, not hunter, but something transcending both. Perfected through ritual rather than random genetic chance. As she spoke, visible changes rippled across her form, subtle at first, then increasingly dramatic. Her white blonde hair developed streaks of silver and black. Her ice-cued eyes shifted toward amber gold, similar to Lily's. Her physical stance altered as muscle and bone restructured beneath her skin. "She's pulling genetic material from the alpha essences," Gabrielle observed, horror and fascination mingling in his voice. "Incorporating traits from multiple bloodlines into her own DNA." Lily nodded, recognizing the process from her parents' theoretical writings. Ritual-induced genetic plasticity, exactly what Rose described. Her body is becoming temporarily receptive to foreign DNA, allowing her to select and incorporate traits that strengthen her deteriorating genetic structure. What neither her parents' research nor Rose's warnings had prepared them for was the visual reality of such transformation. Beautiful and terrifying in equal measure, as Victoria's form blurred at the edges, her very molecular structure becoming fluid under the blood moon's influence. "We need to interrupt the process before it stabilizes," Lily determined, drawing on her hunter knowledge of ritual vulnerabilities. "Once the new genetic configuration sets, it becomes permanent. Until then, it remains malleable and therefore vulnerable." Gabriel's strategy flowed through their bond in response. Not disagreement, but complementary approach. He would engage Victoria directly, using alpha authority to challenge her control of the ritual energies, while Lily systematically disabled the array's key components, specifically the pedestals containing alpha essence that powered the transformation. As they prepared to implement this dual strategy, Victoria's transformation accelerated, her form growing more substantial as the ritual approached completion. The fluid quality of her edges solidified, her features settling into a new configuration that combined her original appearance with elements clearly drawn from the captive alphas. The silver-streaked hair of the female alpha from the Northern Pack, the broader shoulder structure of a male from the Eastern Territories, the distinctive amber gold eye color common to powerful bloodlines. "I can feel them," Victoria gasped, examining her transformed hands with wonder. "All of them! Their strength, their resilience, their power flowing through me." Her gaze lifted to Lily, something like gratitude mixing with triumph. "And you, bridge between worlds, your hybrid nature providing the template that makes it all possible." Gabriel moved first, launching himself toward Victoria with alpha speed and power. Through their bond, Lily felt his strategic intent, not to harm, but to disrupt Victoria's concentration, breaking the feedback loop between her consciousness and the ritual energies still flowing from the blood moon above. Victoria responded with unexpected efficiency, her newly enhanced reflexes allowing her to sidestep Gabriel's charge while maintaining position within the ritual circle. "Foolish, Alpha," she chided, her voice carrying new harmonic undertone. "I am becoming more than you can possibly comprehend, drawing strength from 7 bloodlines while incorporating hunter resilience. Your individual power cannot match my collective might." As if to demonstrate this claim, she extended one hand toward Gabrielle. Fingers splayed in a gesture Lily recognized from Rose's descriptions of advanced blood magic. Invisible force slammed into Gabrielle, halting his forward momentum and driving him to his knees at the ritual circle's edge. Lily didn't hesitate, moving the moment Victoria's attention focused on Gabriel. With hunter precision and werewolf speed, she targeted the nearest pedestals containing alpha essence, intending to disrupt the ritual's power sources while Victoria remained distracted. Her approach proved partially successful. 2 pedestals toppled before Victoria sensed the threat, their crystalline vessels shattering against the stone floor, spilling their contents across the ritual symbols inscribed there. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Portions of the glowing array flickered and dimmed, the magical energy flowing to Victoria temporarily destabilizing. "No!" Victoria's cry contained genuine fear as her partially completed transformation wavered, new genetic structures threatening to collapse before fully integrating. She abandoned her assault on Gabrielle, redirecting her attention to stabilizing the ritual with the remaining alpha essences. The momentary reprieve allowed Gabriel to regain his footing, golden eyes meeting Lily's across the chamber in perfect coordination. Through their bond flowed shared strategy, Gabriel moving to engage Victoria directly, while Lily continued systematically dismantling the ritual components. Victoria recognized their approach and abandoned finesse for raw power. With a gesture that incorporated both werewolf dominance and hunter ritual forms, she summoned the blood moon's concentrated energy into a protective barrier around herself and the remaining pedestals. "Too late," she declared, triumph returning to her voice. "The transformation has progressed beyond the point of reversal. I require only moments more for permanent integration." Her assessment appeared accurate. The physical changes had indeed stabilized, her new form maintaining consistency despite the disrupted power flow from the shattered vessels. What remained of the ritual now focused on fixing these changes permanently, preventing rejection once the blood moon's influence waned. Gabriel circled the protective barrier, testing its strength at various points while communicating his findings to Lily through their bond. The shield proved impenetrable to physical assault, but displayed fluctuations corresponding to the blood moon's position, which had begun sliding past its apex, reducing the available power Victoria could channel. Lily analyzed the remaining ritual components with combined hunter and werewolf senses, identifying the critical junction where her own blood connected the surviving alpha essences into a cohesive whole. That connection point, the empty pedestal Victoria had added her blood to, represented both the ritual's greatest strength and its most vulnerable element. "Gabriel," she communicated through their bond, sharing her insight directly rather than verbalizing a plan Victoria might overhear. "My blood is the catalyst, if I can reclaim it or neutralize it somehow." His understanding flowed back immediately, along with tactical suggestions based on his alpha knowledge of blood magic limitations. Werewolf tradition held that freely given blood remained connected to its donor, allowing a degree of control that taken blood did not provide. If Lily could assert ownership over her contributed blood, even unwillingly given, she might disrupt the final stabilization phase. Victoria's transformation continued within her protective barrier, her form growing more defined as genetic integration progressed. The remaining pedestals pulsed with diminishing energy as they depleted their stored alpha essence, converting it into stabilizing power for Victoria's new hybrid form. "The Moon Queen witnesses my ascension," Victoria intoned, her voice taking on ritualistic cadence. "Neither werewolf nor hunter, but transcendent of both, the future made manifest through will and vision rather than accident of birth." The reference to Lily as accident of birth versus Victoria's will and vision revealed the fundamental difference in their understanding of hybrid nature. Where Lily's parents had sought natural compatibility between bloodlines, creating a bridge through love and genetic harmony, Victoria pursued forced integration through ritual and dominance, imposing her will upon nature rather than working within its parameters. That philosophical distinction provided the key Lily needed. Drawing on her hunter training and the deeper instinctive knowledge that had awakened with her shift, she approached the barrier from the direction of the empty pedestal containing her blood. Rather than attempting to breach the shield physically, she pressed her palm against its energy surface, directly opposite her blood's location. "My blood," she stated with quiet authority, "freely flowing in my veins, taken against my will, but still mine to command." The words weren't ritualistic incantation, but declaration of natural truth, her assertion of connection to that which had been forcibly separated from her body. Within the pedestal, the crimson liquid responded, vibrating at a frequency distinct from the alpha essences surrounding it, recognizing its source despite the ritual's attempt to repurpose it for Victoria's transformation. Victoria sensed the disruption immediately, her expression shifting from triumph to concern as she felt Lily's influence penetrating her carefully constructed working. Stop, she commanded, desperation edging her voice. You risk catastrophic backlash. The ritual cannot be interrupted at this stage without consequence to all present. Then end it voluntarily, Gabriel countered, taking position beside Lily at the barrier's edge. Accept that some boundaries exist for reason rather than arbitrary limitation. Some powers aren't meant to be forced. Easy position for an alpha born to privilege, Victoria snapped, her new features contorting with bitter resentment. Born healthy, born strong, born to lead without the sentence of genetic collapse hanging over your every moment. She gestured to her transformed body. You would choose death over adaptation, extinction over evolution. I would choose consent over theft, Gabriel replied, his steady voice carrying alpha authority without aggression. Partnership over domination, natural harmony over forced compliance, as my mate has shown is possible through her very existence. Through their bond, Lily felt Gabriel's absolute conviction, not judgmental condemnation of Victoria's desperation, but principled opposition to her methods. The distinction resonated with Lily's own complex feelings about the situation. Victoria's desire to survive her genetic deterioration was understandable, even sympathetic, but her willingness to sacrifice others to achieve that survival crossed ethical boundaries both hunter and werewolf traditions recognized. It's not too late, Lily offered, genuine compassion entering her voice, despite the tension of their confrontation. My parents' research offers alternatives to this ritual, genetic treatments that could address your deterioration without requiring unwilling sacrifice from others. Something flickered in Victoria's expression, a moment of genuine consideration before desperation reasserted itself. Pretty words without guarantee, she dismissed. I've studied their work extensively. The treatments they theorized remain unproven, requiring years of development I don't have remaining. Because you killed them before they could complete their research, Lily stated, sudden certainty flowing through her. You or your family orchestrated their deaths when they refused to pursue the ritual route you favored. Victoria didn't deny the accusation. They were naive idealists who prioritized ethical considerations over practical solutions. Their insistence on natural methods and consensual treatments would have condemned dozens of deteriorating bloodlines to extinction, while they meticulously documented every cautious step. The confirmation of her parents' murder should have triggered rage, but Lily found herself experiencing clarity instead, understanding Victoria's perspective without accepting its justification. This was the final piece of her family history, the truth Rose had protected her from until she was ready to face it. Her parents hadn't died in a random accident, but had been eliminated for refusing to compromise their principles. And now you've recreated exactly the situation they warned against, Lily observed, maintaining pressure on her blood connection despite Victoria's attempts to sever it. Unstable, forced integration rather than harmonious, natural adaptation. Your new form is already showing signs of rejection. The observation wasn't merely tactical distraction. Victoria's transformed appearance had indeed begun showing subtle indications of instability. The silver streaks in her hair flickered between colors, her enhanced musculature occasionally rippled with involuntary spasms, her eyes shifted between blue and amber gold without conscious control. Victoria recognized these symptoms with dismaying familiarity. The same rejection patterns her body had displayed throughout her life when experimental treatments temporarily addressed her deterioration before ultimately failing. No, she whispered, more to herself than her opponents. Not again, not when I'm so close. Desperation drove her to increase power to the ritual, channeling what remained of the blood moon's waning influence into maintaining her transformation. The protective barrier thinned as she redirected its energy, creating an opening Lily and Gabrielle had anticipated through their bond. Moving with perfect synchronization, they breached the weakened shield, not attacking Victoria directly, but targeting the remaining pedestals containing alpha essence. Gabriel overturned two with precise strikes while Lily reclaimed the vessel containing her blood, establishing direct physical contact with the catalyst component. My blood, she repeated, this time with absolute authority rather than request. My heritage, my choice. The crimson liquid responded instantaneously, the magical properties Victoria had activated recognizing their true owner's claim. Rather than flowing back into Lily's body, a dangerous reversal that could have caused physical harm, The blood simply neutralized, magical properties dissipating as it returned to ordinary biological material. The effect cascaded through the remaining ritual components, the carefully balanced magical energies Victoria had constructed, destabilizing in controlled sequence rather than catastrophic collapse. The blood moon's light, no longer focused through properly aligned crystals, diffused back to its natural state. Still crimson and potent, but no longer channeled for transformation purposes. Victoria's partially complete metamorphosis began reversing immediately, borrowed genetic elements from the alpha essences separating from her base DNA structure as the magic sustaining their integration disappeared. The process appeared physically painful, her expression contorting with each rejected modification, her body trembling with effort to maintain changes that slipped away like water through cupped hands. "No, no, no," she repeated, desperation giving way to despair as her form reverted toward its original state. Still beautiful, but marked by the subtle asymmetries and deterioration indicators of her genetic condition. "You've condemned me to death, to cellular collapse, to watching my own body betray me day by day until nothing remains." The accusation carried genuine anguish beneath its angry surface. The fear of someone facing not just mortality, but specifically slow, degenerative decline without dignity or hope of reprieve. Despite everything Victoria had done, Lily found herself responding to that core fear with unexpected compassion. "Not condemned," she corrected, maintaining her position while the ritual energies continued, safely dissipating around them. "Offered an alternative. My parents' research didn't die with them. It continued through Rose, through records they preserved, through the very existence they created in me." Gabrielle moved to Lily's side, his solid presence reinforcing her words through their bond. "The Gourmain Pack has resources that could develop your parents' theoretical treatments into practical application," he added, speaking as alpha rather than adversary, despite Victoria's efforts against him. "Not immediate miraculous cure, but legitimate hope rather than desperate gambles." Victoria stared at them with naked disbelief, her ice blue eyes now fully reverted to their original color, narrowing with suspicion. "You would offer assistance to someone who kidnapped your grandmother? Who attempted to destroy your mate bond? Who would have drained your blood to fuel my transformation?" "I would offer assistance to someone suffering from a genetic condition they didn't choose," Lily replied simply, while establishing appropriate safeguards to prevent further harm to others during treatment development. The distinction, help without naivety, compassion without weakness, reflected the balanced perspective Lily had developed through embracing both sides of her heritage. Hunter pragmatism tempered werewolf loyalty, werewolf instinct for pack support balanced hunter tendency toward isolation. Before Victoria could respond, the chamber doors burst open, admitting Diana Gourmain flanked by Emma and several pack enforcers. They moved with tactical precision, securing Victoria's remaining acolytes while assessing the disrupted ritual scene with experienced efficiency. "Well handled," Diana approved, taking in the safely neutralized magical components and Victoria's reverted form. "Controlled disruption rather than destructive confrontation. Your hunter training shows in your approach." Emma made directly for Lily, medical kit already open as she examined the wound on her arm where Victoria had drawn blood. "Healing nicely," she noted, professional assessment mixed with sisterly concern. "The mate bond accelerates recovery, especially this early in formation." Diana approached Victoria, who had sunk to her knees in the center of the disrupted ritual circle, physical and emotional exhaustion evident in her posture. The alpha female's expression showed neither gloating triumph nor vindictive satisfaction, only the measured evaluation of a leader, determining appropriate response to challenge within her territory. "Victoria Reeves," she began formally, "you stand accused of conspiracy against pack leadership, kidnapping, unauthorized blood magic, and attempted forced bond severing, each alone sufficient for permanent exclusion from pack territories." Victoria didn't bother denying the charges, her earlier desperation replaced by resigned acceptance of consequences she'd knowingly risked. "Get on with it, then," she said tiredly. "Execution or banishment. Either way, my deterioration will finish your work soon enough." "There is a third option," Deanna replied, glancing briefly toward Lily and Gabrielle. Supervised research participation. Victoria's head snapped up, genuine surprise breaking through her defeated demeanor. What? The gourmet Deanna explained, her tone making clear this was not open negotiation, but offered opportunity. Your knowledge of their early research and your own condition would provide valuable insight to the project, under appropriate restrictions and monitoring, with ethical oversight from both werewolf and hunter representatives. The offer represented neither naive forgiveness nor cruel punishment, but pragmatic response addressing both justice and potential redemption, a perfect reflection of the balanced approach Lily and Gabriel had demonstrated in resolving the ritual confrontation. Through their bond, Lily felt Gabriel's approval of his mother's solution, recognizing Diana's wisdom in finding a path that honored all aspects of the complex situation: accountability for Victoria's actions, acknowledgement of her legitimate medical needs, and protection for both communities against future harm. As pack enforcers secured Victoria for transport back to Gourmet territory, where formal proceedings would determine the specific parameters of her restricted participation, Gabriel turned to Lily, his golden eyes reflecting the blood moon's fading crimson light. "You're bleeding again," he observed softly, touching the spot where Emma's examination had reopened the small wound on Lily's arm. "Already healing," she assured him, the mate bond between them humming with shared relief and exhaustion as the night's events caught up with them both. Gabriel's expression grew serious, his hand rising to cup her cheek with gentle possession. "I felt your response to Victoria's revelation about your parents," he said quietly. "Your grief mixed with something else. Not vengeance, but understanding," Lily finished, leaning into his touch. "Not acceptance or forgiveness yet, that will take time, but understanding that desperation drives even the most rational minds toward terrible choices when survival seems at stake." Through their bond flowed Gabriel's admiration for her balanced perspective, neither hunter coldness nor werewolf passion dominating her response, but thoughtful integration of both traditions' wisdom. "Your parents would be proud of how completely their vision manifested in you," he murmured, echoing Rose's earlier words. "Not just genetically, but philosophically, the best of both worlds finding harmony rather than conflict." As Diana and Emma oversaw the final securing of Victoria and her acolytes, Gabrielle drew Lily toward the chamber's exit, both physically and emotionally drained from the night's confrontation. The blood moon had passed its apex, its crimson intensity fading as it continued its celestial journey, taking with it the magical potential Victoria had attempted to harness. "Rose?" Lily asked as they stepped into the corridor, suddenly remembering her grandmother's escorted evacuation of the captive alphas. "Safe at the extraction point," Gabriel confirmed, already providing detailed statements about Victoria's research and methods to pack archivists. "Your grandmother is..." He paused, searching for appropriate description. "Remarkably thorough in her documentation habits." The characterization drew a tired laugh from Lily. Rose's meticulous nature as familiar to her as breathing. Hunter training. Every detail might matter for future operations. "Speaking of operations," Gabriel said as they made their way through the now secured compound, "Diana mentioned you provided tactical assessment that identified vulnerabilities in our standard security protocols. Insights neither werewolf nor hunter would recognize independently, but obvious to someone with both perspectives." Lily nodded, understanding the implied question in his observation. "Bridge between worlds," she said simply, "useful for more than just Victoria's ritual, it seems." Gabriel's arm slid around her waist, drawing her against his side as they walked. Through their bond flowed not just immediate affection, but longer-term vision. Possibilities for how Lily's unique perspective might benefit both communities beyond the current crisis, creating foundations for cooperation rather than mere coexistence. The pendant at her throat pulsed with steady warmth, its magic reflecting the strengthened bond between them. Whatever challenges remained, integrating Rose into pack dynamics, developing treatments based on her parents' research, establishing appropriate consequences for Victoria's actions, they would face them together, neither hunter nor wolf in isolation, but bridge between worlds working in harmonious partnership. As they emerged from the compound into the night air, the blood moon's crimson light had softened to gentler ruby glow, its influence waning, but its beauty undiminished. Gabriel paused, drawing Lily into his arms for a moment of quiet connection after the chaos they'd navigated together. "I choose you," he murmured against her hair, the simple declaration carrying weight beyond its 3 words. Not fate or destiny or mystical compulsion, but conscious, deliberate choice, exactly as her mother had written in her final journal entry. Lily's response flowed through their bond before she voiced it aloud. Perfect mirror of his certainty, her dual heritage allowing her to appreciate both the instinctual mate recognition of his wolf and the reasoned commitment of his human mind. "And I choose you," she replied, sealing the declaration with a kiss that carried promise of future balance between tradition and innovation, between preservation and growth, between honoring the past and creating something entirely new. The blood moon witnessed their commitment in silence, its ancient light blessing the bridge between worlds their joined hearts and minds had created. Not destiny, but choice. Not fate, but possibility, manifested through love stronger than either heritage alone could have imagined. Victoria's ritual chamber had descended into chaos. Despite Diana and her enforcers securing most of Victoria's acolytes, the ritual itself had progressed too far to be simply abandoned. The blood moon's power still flowed through the crystals and mirrors, seeking completion of the magical working that had been initiated. "It's destabilizing," Emma warned, monitoring the fluctuating energies with experienced precision. Victoria began a transformation ritual that requires closure, or the energies will discharge unpredictably. Victoria herself remained at the ritual's center, partially transformed, her features flickering between human and wolf aspects as the interrupted magic sought equilibrium. Despite being restrained by Diana's enforcers, she maintained a triumphant smile. "You can't stop it," she taunted. "The ritual requires completion in some form. Without my direction, the power will lash out indiscriminately." Gabriel and Lily exchanged glances, their bond humming with shared concern. The blood moon's crimson light still bathed the chamber, its influence waning but still potent enough to power whatever magical discharge might occur. "We need containment," Diana stated, her practical nature asserting itself. "Emma, prepare the boundary wards. We'll redirect the energy harmlessly if possible." As Emma began establishing magical boundaries around the ritual array, Victoria suddenly lunged forward despite her restraints, catching her guards by surprise. With desperate strength born of self-preservation, she broke free just long enough to grab the ritual knife still lying on the altar. "If I can't complete my transformation, I'll take the alpha power directly," she snarled, lunging toward Gabriel with unnatural speed. Lily reacted instinctively, intercepting Victoria's attack. The ritual knife sliced across her arm instead of reaching Gabriel, drawing fresh blood that spattered onto the altar. Victoria, undeterred, pivoted immediately toward Gabriel, managing to score a shallow cut on his forearm before Diana's enforcers subdued her once more. Blood from both Gabriel and Lily mingled on the altar's surface, directly beneath the focused beam of blood moon light. The reaction was immediate and dramatic, the crimson droplets merging and beginning to glow with internal fire, pulsing in rhythm that matched their heartbeats. "No," Victoria cried, genuine fear replacing her previous confidence. That combination wasn't part of the calculations, alpha and hybrid blood freely given in defense of each other. The mingled blood expanded into a sphere of pulsing energy, drawing the blood moon's power away from Victoria's interrupted ritual and focusing it between Lily and Gabriel. Crimson light enveloped them both, creating a bubble of energy that separated them from the chaos of the chamber. Within this protective sphere, Lily felt Gabriel's presence with unprecedented clarity. Not just emotionally through their bond, but physically, energetically, as if the boundaries between their separate beings had temporarily dissolved. His thoughts flowed into hers without resistance, his strength becoming accessible to her as naturally as breathing. The mate bond, Gabriel's voice echoed in her mind rather than her ears. It's amplifying under the blood moon's influence. Lily understood intuitively what was happening. Their combined blood had created a catalyst far more powerful than Victoria's forced ritual components, channeling the blood moon's energy into strengthening their natural connection rather than imposing unnatural transformation. Outside their protective bubble, Victoria struggled against her captors, her partial transformation beginning to fail as the ritual energy redirected to Lily and Gabrielle. Emma worked frantically to contain the unpredictable magical discharges occurring as Victoria's working collapsed, while Diana coordinated the evacuation of non-essential personnel from the increasingly unstable chamber. Lily focused on the connection flowing between her and Gabriel, recognizing that the Blood Moon's power had granted them temporary access to abilities normally requiring years of practice to develop. Through their enhanced bond, she sensed the magical restraints Victoria had placed throughout the ritual chamber, bindings designed to contain Werewolf's strength while channeling blood magic. With newfound confidence in her hybrid abilities, Lily extended her awareness through these restraints, identifying their weaknesses from both hunter and werewolf perspectives simultaneously. Gabrielle's strength flowed through her, his alpha power combining with her hunter precision to systematically dismantle Victoria's magical infrastructure. "We need to neutralize the remaining ritual components," Lily communicated directly to Gabrielle through their bond, "before the backlash reaches critical level." Working in perfect synchronization, they extended their influence beyond their protective bubble, targeting the pedestals still containing traces of alpha essence. Where Victoria had forced unwilling contributions into unnatural combinations, Lily and Gabrielle offered willing assistance to restore balance, their freely shared blood serving as conduit for the Blood Moon's transformative power. The chamber shuddered as the ritual array began collapsing completely, magical energy discharging in controlled bursts rather than catastrophic explosion. Victoria watched with mounting horror as her careful work unraveled beneath the superior compatibility of Lily and Gabriel's natural bond. "Fall back," Diana ordered her people, recognizing that only those directly connected to the mate bond could safely remain in the increasingly unstable chamber. "Secure Victoria and the captives. Leave the magical containment to Gabriel and Lily." As the room cleared, the protective bubble surrounding Lily and Gabriel expanded, encompassing more of the chamber until it contained all remaining active magical components. Through their enhanced bond, they systematically neutralized each element of Victoria's ritual, redirecting the Blood Moon's power into beneficial rather than exploitative channels. When the final component dissolved, the crimson light retracted suddenly, leaving them standing in the center of the now dormant ritual array, breathless but unharmed. The mate bond between them hummed with unprecedented strength, their connection deepened by the shared experience of channeling such power together. "We need to get out of here," Gabriel said, his voice rough with lingering adrenaline as he surveyed the chamber. "The structural integrity is compromised." Lily nodded, allowing him to take her hand and lead her through corridors increasingly showing signs of damage from the magical discharges. The compound was emptying rapidly, Diana's efficient evacuation ensuring all captives and personnel reached safety before the building's support systems failed completely. They emerged into the cool night air just as the first section of the compound collapsed inward, the sound of shattering glass and crumbling concrete echoing across the mountainside. The blood moon hung lower in the sky now, its crimson intensity gradually returning to normal as its apex position passed. Diana approached them, her expression reflecting both relief and lingering concern. "Victoria has been secured. The captive alphas are receiving medical attention. We'll regroup at the sanctuary, where Rose is coordinating recovery efforts." "We'll join you shortly," Gabriel replied, his arm sliding around Lily's waist in a gesture both protective and possessive. "We need a moment first." Diana's knowing glance suggested complete understanding of what a moment entailed after such an intense magical working. The mate bond, newly strengthened by the blood moon's influence, would be demanding physical confirmation to stabilize properly. "The eastern annex remains intact," she advised, already turning toward the vehicles waiting to transport their people back to Gourmain territory. "It should provide adequate privacy. Join us at the sanctuary when you're ready." As the evacuation continued around them, Gabrielle guided Lily toward the indicated building, a small structure separated from the main compound that had escaped the worst of the magical damage. Through their bond flowed mutual need that transcended simple desire, an imperative rooted in both magical necessity and emotional connection. The annex proved to be a modest living space, likely used by security personnel during extended assignments. A single large room contained basic furnishings: a bed, small kitchenette, bathroom behind a partial wall. Simple, but sufficient for their immediate needs. The door had barely closed behind them when Gabriel pulled Lily into his arms, his lips finding hers with hungry precision. The kiss held none of the hesitation or restraint that had characterized their previous encounters, the mate bond between them now fully acknowledged and accepted by both their human and wolf natures. "I need you," he murmured against her mouth, the simple declaration, carrying layers of meaning beyond physical desire. The bond needs completion. Lily responded with equal intensity, her body arching against his as if they'd been separated for months rather than merely hours. "I know," she breathed, her fingers tangling in his hair, loosening it from its tie to fall around his shoulders in a dark curtain. "I feel it too." The enhanced connection they'd experienced during the ritual had opened pathways between them that couldn't be closed again, only properly settled through the most fundamental form of mate bonding. Their bodies recognized this instinctually, responding with heightened sensitivity to every touch, every caress. Gabriel backed her slowly toward the bed, his hands never leaving her body, as if breaking contact might physically pain him. Through their bond, Lily felt his wolf nature pushing for immediacy while his human mind insisted on proper care and attention. Tension that only increased the intensity of his touch as he struggled to balance both aspects of his nature. "Don't hold back," she urged, her own hybrid nature understanding his conflict. "I'm stronger than I look." The permission released something primal in Gabriel, a growl rumbling from his chest as he claimed her mouth again, this kiss deeper and more demanding than before. His hands moved with increased confidence, sliding beneath her torn clothing to find bare skin beneath. Every touch between them echoed through their bond, creating feedback loops of pleasure that amplified each sensation. Lily gasped as Gabrielle's fingers traced the curve of her spine, the simple contact sending cascades of warmth through neural pathways heightened by their magical experience. Clothing became an intolerable barrier, removed with urgent efficiency between kisses that grew increasingly desperate. When Gabriel finally lowered Lily onto the bed, following her down with predatory grace, they were both stripped to skin, all pretense or hesitation abandoned in the face of mate bond imperative. "You're perfect," Gabriel murmured, golden eyes tracking his hands as they explored her body with reverent attention. "Made for me in ways I'm still discovering." Through their bond, Lily felt the absolute truth behind his words, not merely romantic declaration, but bone-deep recognition of how perfectly their bodies and minds complemented each other. Her hybrid nature matched his alpha power, not by submission, but by equal strength expressed differently. Her precision balancing his raw power, her adaptability matching his unwavering focus. As Gabriel's exploration became more intimate, Lily discovered another benefit of their enhanced connection. Every pleasure she experienced echoed back to him through their bond, creating a continuous cycle of shared sensation that built upon itself. Her reactions guided him without words, his touch adjusting instinctively to her responses. The blood moon's influence lingered in their bond, heightening sensations beyond normal parameters as they learned each other's bodies with increasingly urgent attention. Gabrielle's control frayed visibly as Lily's hands mapped the contours of his chest and shoulders, her touch both curious and claiming. When he finally settled between her thighs, poised at the threshold of complete connection, Gabrielle paused despite the nearly painful need evident in his expression. "This completes the bond," he said softly, his voice rough with restraint. "Irrevocably. Permanently." Lily reached up to touch his face, feeling the slight stubble along his jaw, the tension in his muscles as he held himself back. Through their bond flowed absolute certainty, not destiny or fate, but choice made with full understanding of its significance. "I choose you," she whispered, echoing his earlier declaration with equal conviction. "All of you, always." The words released Gabriel's final restraint. With a fluid movement that spoke of both human grace and wolf power, he joined their bodies completely, establishing the physical connection their bond had been urging since its formation. The sensation transcended ordinary pleasure, magical energy still lingering in their systems, enhancing the experience beyond normal parameters. Lily gasped as completed circuits of connection formed between them, physical, emotional, spiritual paths aligning into unified whole as their bodies moved together in increasingly urgent rhythm. Each thrust deepened not just physical pleasure, but metaphysical connection, their bond solidifying into permanent architecture that would remain long after the blood moon's influence faded. Boundaries between individual consciousness blurred at the edges, allowing unprecedented access to each other's thoughts and feelings without sacrificing separate identity. Mine, Gabriel growled against her throat, the possessive declaration matched by corresponding claim flowing from Lily through their bond. Not ownership, but belonging. Mutual recognition of having found home in each other's hearts and bodies. As tension built between them, the last elements of their bond locked into place. Neurological pathways synchronizing, energy signatures harmonizing, souls recognizing their matched counterpart across divisions of blood and heritage that had separated their kinds for generations. Release, when it came, was mutual and overwhelming. Pleasure amplified by magical resonance and emotional significance as their bodies shuddered together in perfect harmony. The pendant at Lily's throat flared with brilliant light, its magic recognizing and celebrating the bond's completion as white-hot pleasure cascaded through both their bodies simultaneously. In the aftermath, they lay tangled together, hearts gradually slowing to matched rhythm as their bond settled into its permanent form. The frantic urgency had faded, replaced by contentment so profound it bordered on spiritual experience. Two beings who had found their perfect complement against all odds and expectations. Gabriel gathered Lily against his chest, his arms maintaining the physical connection their bond still craved despite its successful completion. Through their connection flowed emotions too complex for words, gratitude, wonder, devotion, layered with protective instinct and profound respect. "I can still feel the magic we channeled," Lily murmured, her fingers tracing patterns on his chest. "Like it's waiting for direction." Gabriel nodded, his expression thoughtful as he toyed with a strand of her dark hair. "The blood moon's power. Our combined blood accessed something ancient, older than the division between hunters and werewolves." His hand moved to the pendant resting against her collarbone, connected to this somehow. The medallion had maintained steady warmth since their bond's completion, its silver surface occasionally pulsing with subtle light that matched their heartbeats. Whatever magic it contained had clearly activated fully during their joining, establishing connections beyond the typical mate bond. "We need to face Victoria once more," Lily said after comfortable silence had stretched between them. "Whatever she awakened isn't fully contained yet." Gabriel sighed, his arm tightening around her shoulders. "I know. I can feel it too. Unfinished business, the ritual energy seeking resolution." With reluctance tempered by determination, they rose and dressed, preparing to join the others at the sanctuary where Victoria waited under guard. The mate bond between them had stabilized into something solid and enduring, providing foundation for whatever challenges remained in resolving the night's magical disruptions. As they stepped outside, the blood moon hung low on the horizon, its influence waning but not yet complete. The final confrontation awaited, not just with Victoria personally, but with the ancient forces her ritual had awakened and left unbalanced in its interruption. Gabrielle took Lily's hand, their fingers intertwining with familiar comfort despite the tension of pending conflict. Through their bond flowed shared purpose and absolute confidence that whatever came next, they would face it together. Hunter and werewolf, bridge and alpha, perfectly matched in both strength and resolve. The sanctuary Rose had established decades earlier now served as command center for the night's aftermath. When Lily and Gabriel arrived, they found an organized operation underway. Injured alphas receiving treatment in one section, Diana coordinating with pack representatives in another, Emma documenting magical residue with scientific precision. Rose herself sat at her old ritual components with historical texts spread across the surface. "There you are," Rose greeted them without looking up from her work. Her experienced eye took in their subtly altered appearance, the deepened connection evident in their synchronized movements, the settled confidence in their expressions. Bond completed properly, I see. Good. You'll need that stability for what comes next. Deanna approached, her alpha female dignity undiminished despite the night's chaotic events. Victoria's condition is deteriorating rapidly, she reported without preamble. The partial transformation followed by abrupt termination has accelerated her genetic collapse. Where is she? Lily asked, feeling Gabriel's tension through their bond. His alpha nature conflicted between justice for Victoria's actions and compassion for her suffering. Containment room, Emma answered, joining them with medical charts in hand. We've established magical barriers to prevent further ritual attempts, but honestly, she's too weak to try again anyway. The failed transformation burned through her remaining genetic stability. Rose closed the ancient text she'd been examining. There's more. The ritual Victoria attempted didn't merely fail, it remains incomplete. The energy she awakened seeks resolution, and without proper direction, it will eventually discharge destructively. How destructively? Gabriel asked, his practical alpha nature assessing threat levels. Regional, Rose replied bluntly. The blood moon amplified connection between hunter and werewolf energies that have remained separated for centuries. Victoria forced interaction without proper containment, like mixing volatile chemicals without understanding their reaction properties. Lily touched the pendant at her throat, which had maintained steady warmth since their bond's completion. Our blood interrupted her ritual. Combined wolf and hunter freely given rather than forcibly taken. Rose's gaze sharpened with interest. Yes, and that combination accessed something Victoria hadn't anticipated. Ancient magic, predating the hunter-werewolf schism. We need to see her, Lily decided, certainty flowing through her that confronting Victoria directly was necessary for resolution, before the blood moon sets completely. The containment room proved to be a small chamber deeper within the sanctuary, originally designed to hold magical artifacts requiring specialized containment. Victoria sat on a simple cot, magical barriers visible as faint blue light surrounding her diminished form. The deterioration Emma had described was shockingly apparent. Victoria's once perfect features now asymmetrical and strained, her white blonde hair dull and brittle, her movements jerky with involuntary tremors. The partial transformation had indeed accelerated her condition dramatically, compressing years of degeneration into hours. Yet despite her physical decline, Victoria's ice blue eyes remained sharp and calculating as they tracked Lily and Gabriel's approach. The triumphant alpha pair, she greeted, voice hoarse but still carrying bitter edge. Come to witness my demise? Or perhaps offer more empty promises of research that will take years I no longer have? Through their bond, Lily felt Gabriel's genuine regret at Victoria's suffering despite her actions against them. His alpha nature recognized another predator facing death without dignity, a fate his protective instincts rebelled against regardless of past conflict. We've come about the unresolved ritual energy, Lily stated, her hybrid nature allowing directness where pure werewolf tradition might have required ceremonial approaches. It needs proper closure before the blood moon sets. Victoria's laugh held genuine amusement despite her obvious pain. Concerned about magical fallout, how responsible of you. Unfortunately, the working I began has very specific resolution requirements, none of which we can achieve with my transformation, failed, and my genetic structure in accelerated collapse. As if to emphasize her point, her form briefly blurred at the edges, features momentarily shifting toward wolf aspects before snapping painfully back to mostly human configuration. The backlash made her gasp, body curling protectively around itself as tremors intensified. The transformation isn't failed, Lily observed, her enhanced senses detecting nuances invisible to others. It's incomplete, unstable rather than terminated. Gabriel moved closer to the containment barrier, his alpha presence automatically demanding Victoria's attention despite her weakened state. Explain what you're sensing, he requested, not commanding, but genuinely valuing Lily's unique perspective. Through their bond, Lily shared impressions difficult to verbalize, energy patterns visible to her hybrid senses, showing Victoria caught between states rather than reverting completely to her original form. The wolf aspects Victoria had attempted to incorporate remained present but unintegrated, fighting against her natural genetic structure instead of merging successfully. She's rejecting the wolf essence she absorbed, Lily explained, combining hunter analytical precision with werewolf instinctual understanding. But it can't return to its original sources since those connections were severed during the ritual. The energy remains trapped within her, accelerating her deterioration while simultaneously preventing complete system failure. Victoria stared at her with newfound respect tinged with desperation. Impressive analysis. So I'm not dying quickly enough because the very thing killing me is also preserving me in suspended collapse. Her bitter smile held genuine appreciation for the irony. Poetic justice, I suppose. There must be a way to extract the wolf essence safely, Gabriel suggested, problem-solving instinct engaging despite their complicated history with Victoria. Return it to neutral state, if not to its original sources. Rose, who had followed them to the containment room with Diana and Emma, stepped forward with an ancient text. There is one possibility, she said, displaying a page showing ritual configurations similar to those Victoria had attempted. The original purpose of blood moon rituals wasn't transformation, but purification. Victoria's interest visibly overrode her physical discomfort. I found no references to such applications in my research. Because you accessed Hunter archives through theft rather than legitimate channels, Rose replied without heat, simply stating fact. Certain knowledge remains protected, accessible only to those following proper protocols with appropriate intentions. Lily approached the barriers separating them from Victoria, studying her condition with combined hunter and werewolf senses. The medallion, she said suddenly, touching the pendant at her throat. It vibrates at the same frequency as the trapped energy within her. Emma's scientific interest engaged immediately. The Gormain Alpha medallion? The one from Gabriel's study that triggered your first supernatural experience? Gabriel's knowledge flowed through their bond as Lily accessed his family history regarding the artifact. Not just an alpha token, he realized aloud. A peace offering from the original Hunter family to the first Gormaini Alpha. Symbol of cooperation rather than conflict. A bridge between worlds, Lily murmured, understanding washing through her. Like me. The pendant warmed significantly as she grasped it, responding to her recognition of its true purpose, not merely symbol or magical amplifier, but actual tool, designed for healing the divide between bloodlines long separated. We can use it to extract the incompatible wolf essence, Lily stated with growing certainty. Restore balance without destruction. Victoria's expression showed conflict between desperate hope and ingrained skepticism. Why would you help me after everything I've done? Because leaving you in suspended collapse helps no one, Gabriel answered, his alpha pragmatism asserting itself. Because magical energy seeking resolution threatens everyone in the region, and because proving cooperation benefits both sides serves the future we're working to build. The simple honesty in his response, neither sentimental forgiveness nor vengeful punishment, but practical recognition of interconnected welfare, seemed to reach Victoria more effectively than emotional appeals might have. What would it require, she asked, controlled desperation evident beneath her clinical inquiry. Rose indicated the ritual configuration in her ancient text. A modified purification working, Lily using the medallion as focal point for energy redirection, the blood moon's remaining influence providing necessary power. It would remove all wolf aspects I've incorporated, Victoria confirmed, clinical assessment warring with obvious disappointment. All incompatible elements, yes, Rose clarified. Leaving your natural genetic structure without foreign components fighting against it. Returning me to my original deteriorating state, Victoria concluded bitterly. But stabilizing that state temporarily, Emma interjected, her healer training engaging with the problem. Potentially extending your timeline significantly compared to your current accelerated collapse. The practical benefit penetrated Victoria's resistance. More time, not salvation, but extension, opportunity to explore treatment options that might otherwise be unavailable before her condition proved fatal. What do you need from me? She asked Lily directly, ice blue eyes meeting amber with surprising directness. Consent, Lily replied simply, willing participation rather than forced compliance. The medallion responds to cooperative intention, not coercion. Victoria's laugh held genuine, if bitter, amusement. The fundamental difference in our approaches distilled to single requirement. She straightened, despite obvious pain, gathering dignity around herself like armor. Very well. You have my consent. Extract the incompatible elements before they tear me apart from within. With Victoria's agreement secured, preparation began immediately. Emma and Rose configured a modified ritual space within the containment room, adapting Victoria's interrupted working into purification framework using the sanctuary's existing magical architecture. The blood moon hung just above the horizon now, its influence waning but still accessible for the simpler working they intended. Unlike Victoria's complex transformation attempt, purification required primarily separation rather than integration, a significantly more achievable magical goal. The medallion serves as conduit, Rose instructed as they finalized preparations. Lily, you'll channel the blood moon's remaining influence through it, creating resonance pattern that draws incompatible wolf essence from Victoria's system without damaging her base genetic structure. And what happens to the extracted essence? Victoria asked, practical concerns evident despite her weakened state. It returns to neutral magical potential, Rose explained. Neither werewolf nor human, but pure possibility, essentially what you were attempting to access for your transformation, but without forced direction. Gabriel positioned himself at Lily's side, their bond providing support and additional strength as she prepared to channel magical energies far more directly than during their earlier confrontation. His alpha power would serve as grounding influence, preventing the medallion from drawing too heavily on Lily's own life force during the working. As final preparations completed, Victoria was positioned at the ritual's center, Lily standing before her with the medallion held between them. The pendant had begun glowing visibly, responding to proximity with the trapped wolf essence seeking liberation from incompatible hosting. Begin, Rose directed once all components aligned properly. The blood moon sets in minutes. Lily closed her eyes, focusing on the medallion's warm weight in her palm. Through their completed mate bond, Gabrielle's strength flowed into her, not dominant but supportive, offering foundation without imposing direction. His absolute confidence in her abilities reinforced her own certainty as she accessed the hybrid nature that made her uniquely suited for this working. The medallion responded instantly, its glow intensifying as Lily channeled her intention through it. Unlike Victoria's forced ritual, this working relied on harmonious interaction between components, the medallion's natural properties amplified by Lily's hybrid resonance, both enhanced by the blood moon's waning influence. Victoria gasped as the medallion's light extended toward her in tendrils of silver-blue energy, seeking the trapped wolf essence within her deteriorating system. Where traditional hunter techniques might have caused pain during extraction, the medallion's ancient magic operated with surprising gentleness, identifying incompatible elements with precision that respected both components being separated. Through her hybrid senses, Lily perceived the working on multiple levels simultaneously, energy patterns shifting and realigning as wolf essence gradually released from forced integration with Victoria's human genetic structure. The process resembled untangling knotted threads rather than severing connections, preservation rather than destruction, guiding each careful separation. It's working, Emma confirmed, monitoring Victoria's biological responses with combined medical equipment and werewolf senses. Genetic markers stabilizing as foreign components extract. Victoria's expression showed wonder beneath discomfort, experiencing magical working based on cooperation rather than domination for the first time. Through the medallion's connection, Lily sensed Victoria's genuine surprise at the ritual's effectiveness despite its gentler approach. As the extraction progressed, the wolf essence became visible as luminous mist surrounding Victoria's form, components that had been forcibly incorporated into her system now returning to independent existence. The medallion drew this essence toward itself, not consuming but transforming, converting specific genetic material back to generalized magical potential. The blood moon's final rays provided crucial catalyst for this transformation, cosmic influence facilitating transition that might otherwise require far more elaborate ritual components. Lily channeled this influence with instinctive precision, her hybrid nature recognizing appropriate pathways without conscious calculation. Victoria's appearance changed visibly as the working approached completion, her features returning to their original symmetry as foreign components released their distorting influence. The unnatural aspects of her partial transformation faded, leaving her fundamentally human once more, though still marked by her genetic. When the final traces of wolf essence extracted, the medallion absorbed the luminous mist completely, converting it to pure magical potential that pulsed once with brilliant light before settling into steady glow. The working completed with remarkable precision, Victoria freed from incompatible elements while retaining her fundamental genetic structure intact, if still deteriorating at natural rather than accelerated rate. "It's done," Lily stated, lowering the medallion, which had returned to its normal appearance despite the significant energy it had just processed. Victoria examined her hands with clinical detachment, assessing her condition post-extraction. "Fascinating," she murmured, scientific curiosity temporarily overriding personal disappointment. "Complete removal without additional damage to base genetic structure. More elegant than anything my research suggested possible." Through their bond, Gabrielle conveyed both relief at the successful resolution and lingering concern about Victoria's underlying condition. Emma confirmed his assessment as she examined Victoria with medical precision. "The extraction succeeded perfectly," she reported. "Your deterioration has reverted to its original progression pattern rather than accelerated collapse." She hesitated, clearly weighing professional ethics against personal history. "With proper treatment protocols, you likely have years rather than months remaining." Victoria's laugh held genuine, if bitter, satisfaction. "Longer timeline for pursuing treatment alternatives. Better outcome than I anticipated when the ritual failed." Her gaze shifted to Lily, assessment replaced by genuine curiosity. "Why did your approach succeed where mine failed?" The fundamental mechanism seemed similar, combining hunter and werewolf properties. "Consent versus coercion," Rose answered before Lily could formulate a response. "Harmonious interaction rather than forced compliance. The same distinction that differentiated your research approach from Thomas and Maria Carter's work." The comparison silenced Victoria momentarily. Unavoidable parallels between her failed ritual and her opposition to Lily's parents' research methods becoming apparent. Both sought similar outcomes through fundamentally different approaches. One respecting natural boundaries while seeking common ground, the other imposing will upon reluctant components. "Perhaps," Victoria acknowledged finally, unexpected humility replacing her usual certainty. "Something to consider during whatever time remains to me." The blood moon had set completely, ordinary darkness replacing its crimson illumination as the night progressed toward dawn. The magical energies Victoria's ritual had awakened now properly resolved, tension that had permeated the sanctuary gradually dissipating as balance restored itself. Diana stepped forward, alpha female authority evident in her posture despite the night's exhausting events. "Victoria Reeves, you have committed serious violations against pack law and hunter protocols alike. These actions require consequences, despite tonight's resolution." Victoria nodded, acceptance rather than defiance characterizing her response. "I await the council's judgment. Given your condition and the unique circumstances," Diana continued, "traditional punishment seems both excessive and counterproductive. Instead, the Gourmet Pack proposes restricted research participation under supervision, your knowledge contributing to developing treatments based on Thomas and Maria Carter's work, while ensuring no further harm comes from methodological disagreement." The offer represented remarkable balance between justice and compassion, acknowledging Victoria's actions while recognizing potential value in her continued contribution to solving problems her research had identified, if not through methods she had attempted. Through their bond, Lily felt Gabrielle's approval of his mother's solution, recognizing Diana's wisdom in finding path that honored all aspects of complex situation. Accountability without vengeance, opportunity without naive trust. Victoria's response showed similar recognition. Surprise at offered opportunity, tempered by understanding of significant restrictions it would entail. "A conditionally acceptable arrangement," she acknowledged. dependent on specific parameters to be determined. As formal discussions regarding Victoria's restricted participation began between Deanna and pack representatives, Gabriel drew Lily toward the sanctuary's entrance, both physically and emotionally drained from the night's events. Outside, the blood moon had completely set, ordinary starlight replacing its crimson illumination as dawn approached on the horizon. "It's over," Lily murmured, leaning against Gabriel's solid presence as exhaustion finally claimed its due. "Really over?" "This chapter," Gabriel amended, his arm securing her against his side. "Victoria's schemes, the immediate threat, the ritual backlash, yes, those are resolved." His gaze moved toward the lightening horizon. "But what we've started, the bridge between worlds your parents envisioned, the integration of bloodlines long separated, that's just beginning." Through their bond flowed his vision of possibilities their union represented, not merely personal happiness, but foundation for fundamental changes in how hunter and werewolf communities interacted. Opportunities for healing centuries-old divisions through example rather than force, through partnership based on strength rather than domination founded in fear. Lily's hand found the medallion at her throat, its steady warmth confirming Gabriel's assessment. The ancient artifact had revealed its true purpose tonight. Not merely symbol of alpha authority, but tool for harmony between supposedly incompatible elements. Like Lily herself, bridge rather than barrier between traditions long divided. "Beginning sounds good," she said, exhaustion unable to dim the certainty flowing through their bond, especially with the right partner. Gabriel's answering smile held equal parts tenderness and determination as dawn's first light touched the mountain peaks above them. Through their completed mate bond flowed absolute confidence in whatever challenges might await. Not naive optimism, but grounded certainty that together they possessed complementary strengths necessary for the path ahead. As Sanctuary gradually transitioned from crisis center to research facility, Gabrielle and Lily remained at its entrance, witnessing day's arrival with the quiet appreciation of those who had navigated night's darkest challenges successfully. The medallion at Lily's throat pulsed gently in rhythm with their synchronized heartbeats, ancient magic recognizing and celebrating balance restored, and new possibilities awakened as night yielded to dawn's promise. The practical approach typified Diana's leadership style, addressing underlying economic factors that often exacerbated tensions between communities, rather than focusing solely on abstract principles or historical grievances. Improved prosperity, reducing resentment that might otherwise fuel resistance to evolving relationship between human town and supernatural neighbors. They parked near the Sunnyside Diner, the familiar blue awning unchanged, despite renovations evident in surrounding businesses. Lily felt unexpected wave of nostalgia as they approached the entrance. Countless hours of her life spent within these walls, serving coffee and managing difficult customers while worrying about bills and Rose's health. "Your thoughts are loud enough to hear without our bond," Gabriel observed gently, his hand settling at the small of her back in supportive gesture that had become natural between them. "Returning to places from before changes everything, carries complex emotions." Lily nodded, appreciating his understanding without need for detailed explanation. Their bond had deepened over months since its formation, allowing nuanced communication that transcended simple emotion sharing or thought reading. True partnership rather than mere connection, each maintaining individual identity while sharing profound understanding of the other's experience. The bell above the diner door jangled as they entered, the sound instantly transporting Lily to her waitressing days. Several patrons glanced up at their arrival, recognition flowering across faces as they identified the striking couple. Reactions ranging from curiosity to respect to barely disguised awe, depending on individual awareness of supernatural factors underlying recent changes in Silver Ridge. Mike emerged from the kitchen, dishcloth slung over his shoulder, an expression shifting from businesslike efficiency to complicated mixture of emotions as he spotted Lily. The diner owner had featured significantly in her daily life for years, his gruff exterior hiding genuine concern for her welfare despite limited ability to improve her circumstances. "Well," he said, stopping several feet away as if uncertain about appropriate greeting. "Look who's back. Hello, Mike," Lily replied, genuine warmth in her voice despite awkwardness hovering between them. "The place looks good." Mike's gaze shifted between Lily and Gabriel, assessing their body language and obvious connection with surprising perceptiveness for someone supposedly unaware of supernatural elements. "Business is up," he acknowledged with characteristic understatement. That development projects brought steady customers. The project he referenced was Gourmet Enterprises' investment in sustainable tourism infrastructure, carefully designed to bring economic benefits to Silver Ridge without disrupting its essential character or exposing supernatural elements to inappropriate attention. Another example of practical approach underpinning their larger strategy. "Good to hear," Gabriel replied, extending his hand in deliberate gesture, bridging social distance his status might otherwise create. "The town has significant potential worth developing appropriately." Mike hesitated briefly before accepting the handshake, his expression suggesting internal recalibration regarding man he'd previously referenced with mixture of respect and resentment. Up close, Gabriel's presence affected humans differently than at a distance. His natural authority balanced by genuine interest in their welfare, rather than condescension or indifference. "Your usual booth is open," Mike offered, gesture toward corner table Lily had often occupied during breaks between shifts. The simple acknowledgement of her history here, rather than pretending she'd always been Gabrielle Gourmain's mate, represented unexpected grace that touched Lily deeply. As they settled into the booth, Gabriel adapting his larger frame to space, designed for more average proportions, Mike approached again, coffee pot in hand, and uncharacteristic uncertainty in his demeanor. "I should have said something before," he began awkwardly, pouring coffee with less than his usual steadiness. "When you stopped coming in for shifts after everything changed," he set the coffee pot down, finally meeting Lily's gaze directly, "I knew something about the Gourmains. Not everything, but enough that I should have warned you more clearly." The admission startled Lily. Mike had certainly made cryptic comments about the Gourmains being different, but she'd assumed he meant merely their wealth and status rather than supernatural nature. "My grandfather worked security at the estate back in the 60s, Mike continued, glancing around to ensure no customers were close enough to overhear. "Saw things he shouldn't have one full moon. They let him keep his job instead of whatever they usually did back then, made him promise never to speak directly about it." Through their bond, Gabriel's interest sharpened at this revelation. Human awareness of pack existence passing through generations without formal acknowledgement. Private arrangements preceding current integration initiatives by decades. "You didn't owe me explanations, Mike," Lily assured him, genuinely touched by his concern despite its belated expression. "And I'm not sure I would have believed the full truth anyway, not before experiencing it myself." Mike nodded, relief evident in his posture's subtle relaxation. "Still, you were a good employee. Deserved better than cryptic warnings and no real help." His gaze shifted to Gabriel, assessment continuing beneath surface interaction. "Seems like things worked out right in the end, though." The simple acknowledgement carried significant weight, coming from someone who had watched Lily struggle for years without realistic path toward improving her circumstances. Through their bond, Gabrielle sensed emotional impact of this validation from figure who represented her life before transformation, affirming continuity of her core identity despite profound external changes. "Better than I could have imagined," Lily confirmed, her hand finding Gabriel's on the table between them. The contact sent familiar warmth through their bond, no longer the overwhelming intensity of newly formed connection, but steady reassurance of partnership tested through challenges and strengthened through shared purpose. Mike cleared his throat, discomfort with emotional moments reasserting itself. "Well, good." He gestured vaguely toward the kitchen. "Should check on orders. Let me know if you need anything." As he retreated, Lily felt unexpected completion of emotional circuit. Acknowledgement from part of her previous life, offering recognition of her journey, rather than suggesting fundamentally different person had emerged from transformation. Continuity rather than rupture. Evolution rather than replacement. They lingered over coffee, Gabriel listening with genuine interest as Lily shared memories associated with the diner, difficult customers she'd managed, quiet moments between rushes when she'd studied borrowed textbooks at this very table, occasional kindnesses from regulars who recognized her constant exhaustion from working multiple jobs. "Your resilience amazes me," Gabriel observed, his thumb tracing patterns against her palm where their hands remained joined on the tabletop. Not just surviving circumstances that would crush many, but maintaining fundamental compassion and openness despite daily struggle. The compliment flowed through their bond, wrapped in sincere admiration, rather than pity or condescension. Gabrielle's perspective on her pre-transformation life had always balanced recognition of its hardships with appreciation for how those experiences had shaped qualities he valued in his mate: practical problem-solving, empathy for vulnerable individuals, appreciation for genuine connection rather than status symbols or superficial advantage. As they prepared to leave, Mrs. Porter entered the diner, the Gourmet Estate's housekeeper stopping abruptly upon recognizing them, her professionally neutral expression shifting toward something resembling genuine pleasure. "Miss Carter," she greeted, deliberately using Lily's former name and title before adding, "or rather, Ms. Carter Gourmet now. What a pleasant surprise." Lily rose, accepting the older woman's extended hand with warmth transcending their previous employer-employee relationship. "Mrs. Porter, you're looking well." "Retirement agrees with me," the housekeeper confirmed, though her impeccable appearance suggested she maintained standards developed through decades of service. "Though I still consult regarding special events at the estate," which explained her presence in Silver Ridge rather than at Gourmet Estate, likely overseeing arrangements for upcoming gathering Deanna had mentioned during recent family dinner. Mrs. Porter's organizational skills remained legendary despite her official retirement following Gabriel and Lily's bonding. "I was hoping to discuss something with you, actually," Mrs. Porter continued, unexpected hesitation entering her typically confident demeanor. "The winter solstice celebration Diana is planning. It represents first official introduction of certain aspects to the broader Silver Ridge community." She glanced toward Gabriel before returning focus to Lily. "Your perspective regarding appropriate pacing would be invaluable. If you have time in your schedule, of course." The request represented significant evolution in their relationship. Former employer now seeking guidance from former employee regarding matter of substantial importance to Gourmet Pack's integration strategy. Not mere courtesy, but genuine recognition of Lily's unique understanding of how human residents might respond to carefully managed exposure to supernatural elements previously kept strictly separate. "I'd be happy to help," Lily agreed, genuine pleasure flowing through her at opportunity to contribute to a process bringing her former and current worlds into more harmonious relationship. "I'll contact your office to arrange suitable time." Mrs. Porter's relief suggested the request had carried emotional significance beyond practical considerations, perhaps representing her own adaptation to relations between communities she had spent decades helping maintain as separate spheres. As they concluded their visit to Silver Ridge proper, Gabriel suggested brief stop at the viewpoint overlooking the town. Scenic overlook where tourists captured photos, but which held deeper significance as location where he had first kissed Lily during their mountain hike months earlier. The autumn afternoon had progressed toward evening, lengthening shadows accentuating mountain contours surrounding the valley where Silver Ridge nestled. From this elevation, transformation underway became visually apparent. Thoughtful development integrating with existing structures, natural landscape preserved while infrastructure improved, community evolving without losing essential character that made it unique. Metaphor for what we're attempting more broadly, Gabriel observed, his arm sliding around Lily's waist as they gazed down at the town. Integration that preserves valuable aspects of separate traditions while creating something stronger through thoughtful combination. Through their bond flowed shared vision that had developed during months since their mating. Not naive expectation of perfect harmony, but committed pursuit of balance, honoring distinctive strengths each community brought to evolving relationship. Progress measured not by complete transformation, but by incremental improvements creating foundation for longer-term evolution. As sunset painted western sky in spectacular colors, they remain briefly silent, appreciating beauty of natural world that had shaped both werewolf and hunter traditions. Through centuries of separate yet parallel development, The mountains that had witnessed conflict between their ancestors now observed tentative cooperation between descendants, cycles of nature continuing regardless of human and supernatural politics below. "Ready for tomorrow's gathering?" Lily asked eventually, referring to council meetings scheduled at Gormain Estate. Third official convening of body they had established to formalize cooperation between previously separated communities. Gabrielle's confidence flowed through their bond, tempered by realistic assessment of challenges still facing their initiative. Progress continues despite expected resistance. Victoria's research team has developed promising treatment protocols, territorial agreements have reduced border incidents significantly, and historical documentation project has uncovered several instances of cooperation previously excluded from official narratives. The balanced reporting reflected their leadership approach, acknowledging genuine achievements without minimizing ongoing challenges or claiming premature victory. Sustainable change required truthful assessment rather than self-congratulatory overstatement or pessimistic focus on remaining obstacles. As they returned to Gabriel's vehicle, Lily felt bone-deep satisfaction, distinct from earlier nostalgia or professional assessment. Silver Ridge represented a critical juncture in her personal journey, a place where she had struggled, discovered her heritage, formed connection that transformed her understanding of both herself and communities she bridged between. Returning as her integrated self rather than fragmented persona hiding essential aspects of her nature completed important emotional circuit in her ongoing evolution. Through their bond, Gabriel shared her satisfaction while adding his own perspective, appreciation for opportunity to understand crucial chapter in his mate's development, deepened connection to community previously viewed primarily as economic responsibility rather than emotional landscape. Their separate experiences intertwining through shared understanding represented essence of bond that continued strengthening with each challenge navigated together. As they drove away from Silver Ridge toward Gormain territory, sunset fading toward twilight behind mountain silhouettes, both recognized completion of significant transition. Not merely personal reconciliation with shared past, but establishment of foundation for continuing evolution of relationship between communities their union symbolized in living form. 1 year after Blood Moon ritual that had catalyzed transformation in multiple dimensions, Gormani Estate's grand ballroom glowed with celebration. Crystal chandeliers scattered light across elegant decorations, combining traditional pack symbols with hunter motifs in harmonious design that would have been unimaginable 12 months earlier. Through specially designed windows, the new moon's subtle presence provided counterpoint to artificial illumination, symbolic of balance between ancient traditions and modern innovations characterizing their evolving approach. From her position in antechamber adjoining main entrance, Lily surveyed final preparations with calm satisfaction rather than nervous anticipation that might have characterized similar moment in previous life. The gala celebrating first anniversary of Council of Change represented a culmination of years' efforts, public demonstration of progress achieved through collaboration between communities previously defined by mutual suspicion and historical grievance. Her gown shifted between silver and white as she moved, fabric specially designed to reflect her unique status as bridge between worlds. The color transition mirrored her wolf form's distinctive patterning, pure white with silver markings, while incorporating elements from both hunter formal attire and werewolf ceremonial tradition. 3 pendants rested against her collarbone, Gabriel's medallion, Diana's moonstone, and Rose's crystal, each representing aspect of heritage she now embraced without conflict or hierarchy. "Nervous?" Rose asked, approaching with uncharacteristic formality in her own ceremonial attire, modified hunter formal wear, acknowledging her official position as historical documentation project director while incorporating subtle werewolf elements reflecting her granddaughter's mate bond. "Not nervous," Lily replied, echoing a response she'd given Gabriel before their first official gathering year earlier. "Just appreciating significance." Rose's expression softened momentarily, rare display of emotion breaking through characteristic reserve. "Your parents would be proud," she said simply, "not just of accomplishments themselves, but of how you've achieved them, through partnership rather than dominance. cooperation rather than coercion. The acknowledgement touched Lily deeply, particularly coming from grandmother, whose hunter training emphasized effectiveness above sentiment. Through a year of working together on council initiatives, their relationship had evolved beyond protective guardian and protected charge toward genuine partnership between individuals with complementary strengths and shared purpose. Diana joined them, her formal alpha female attire striking balance between traditional pack symbolism and contemporary elegance. Final guests arriving, she announced with characteristic efficiency, including Northern Territory representatives who refused attendance at previous gatherings. The addition represented significant diplomatic achievement, traditionally isolationist packs agreeing to participate in public demonstration of evolving relationship between supernatural communities. Their presence acknowledging, if not fully embracing, potential benefits of limited cooperation in addressing shared challenges. Through mate bond that had only deepened during year of partnership, Lily sensed Gabriel's approach before hearing his footsteps in adjacent corridor. The connection between them had matured from overwhelming intensity of new bonding into something equally powerful but more sustainable. Profound understanding flowing beneath daily interaction while allowing each to maintain individual identity within partnership. He appeared in doorway, formal alpha attire, emphasizing powerful physique while incorporating subtle innovations reflecting evolving leadership approach. Traditional symbols of pack authority balanced with elements acknowledging new council structure. Werewolf heritage complemented by hunter-influenced design details suggesting integration rather than dominance. His eyes found Lily immediately, appreciation flowing through their bond as he took in her appearance, not merely physical admiration, though, that remained component of their connection, but deeper recognition of how completely she embodied bridge between worlds their partnership had created in living form. "Ready for grand entrance?" he asked, joining their small group with natural grace that made even formal occasions seem comfortable rather than constraining. Victoria's research team arrived early. Emma reports, treatment protocol has achieved stability benchmark in 3 additional cases. The update represented significant milestone for initiative addressing genetic deterioration affecting multiple bloodlines. Victoria's scientific expertise complementing Emma's medical training and hunter genetic knowledge preserved in Rose's archives. Collaborative approach, yielding results neither community could have achieved independently. Progress worth celebrating alongside political developments, Diana acknowledged. Practical assessment characteristic of her leadership. Integration producing tangible benefits beyond symbolic statements. Gabriel offered his arm to Lily in gesture both formal and intimate. Public acknowledgement of their partnership, wrapped in private affection flowing through bond between them. As they moved toward ballroom entrance, Rose and Diana following at appropriate distance, Lily experienced momentary doubling of perception. Remembering similar approach 1 year earlier when she'd entered as server rather than honored guest, uncertain of her place in supernatural world rather than confident in unique position bridging multiple communities, the ballroom fell silent as they appeared, assembled guests recognizing significance of entrance beginning evening's formal proceedings. Unlike previous year's gathering, where uncertainty and suspicion had characterized many reactions, tonight's attendees displayed genuine respect. Achievements of past 12 months having demonstrated practical value of cooperation previously dismissed as naive idealism or dangerous innovation. Representatives from 7 regional packs stood alongside hunter delegates, no longer segregated to separate sections but integrated throughout gathering. Human officials from Silver Ridge and neighboring communities occupied designated area. Carefully selected individuals granted limited but genuine awareness of supernatural elements affecting their territories. And most notably, Victoria observed from position reflecting her complicated status. Neither fully integrated nor completely ostracized. Her contributions acknowledged while consequences of previous actions remained binding. Gabrielle led Lily to ballroom's center beneath largest chandelier, position traditionally reserved for alpha pair during formal pack functions. The placement carried symbolic weight beyond mere protocol, public declaration that their partnership represented center from which new patterns radiated, rather than extension of previous hierarchies, Representatives of allied pacts, hunter conclaves, associated territories, and honored guests, Gabriel began, his voice carrying effortlessly through space designed for such announcements. 1 year ago, events culminating in blood moon ritual forced confrontation with challenges affecting all our communities. Through their bond, Lily felt subtle tension underlying his composed exterior, not nervousness, but appropriate recognition of moment's significance in longer historical trajectory connecting past to potential future. Victoria Reeve's actions, while violating our most sacred laws regarding consent and territory, revealed vulnerabilities created through centuries of isolation and misunderstanding, he continued. Diplomatic phrasing, acknowledging reality without minimizing serious transgressions. Genetic deterioration affecting multiple bloodlines represented merely most immediate manifestation of larger pattern requiring fundamental reconsideration. Murmurs of agreement rippled through gathering. Medical reality having proven more effective catalyst for cooperation than abstract principles or historical revision alone could have achieved. Self-preservation motivating openness to approaches previously rejected as threatening or unnecessary. The Council of Change, established following those events, has produced achievements beyond reasonable expectation, Gabriel acknowledged, genuine satisfaction evident beneath formal declaration. Not through abandoning valuable traditions, but through recognizing where artificial divisions undermine strengths both communities developed independently. He gestured toward section where research team members stood, Victoria's distinctive pale appearance contrasting with Emma's vibrant presence beside her, both surrounded by colleagues representing multiple backgrounds and perspectives. Treatment protocols addressing genetic deterioration have achieved stability benchmarks in 7 cases, he announced. Tangible accomplishment drawing appreciative response from attendees most directly affected by condition. Historical documentation has identified 23 previously unacknowledged instances of cooperation between our communities, challenging narratives justifying continued isolation. Territorial agreements have reduced border incidents by 60% while preserving legitimate boundaries. The statistics represented significant progress without claiming complete transformation. Realistic assessment characteristic of their leadership approach throughout Council's development. Not naive celebration of perfect harmony, but acknowledgement of meaningful improvement, creating foundation for continued evolution. Gabriel turned slightly, including Lily fully in presentation, rather than maintaining traditional pattern where Alpha spoke while Mate provided silent support. These achievements reflect fundamental principle our partnership embodies. Integration creating possibilities, neither tradition could manifest independently. As formal presentation continued, Lily observed reactions throughout gathering. Genuine interest replacing skepticism among traditionalists, cautious satisfaction rather than impatient frustration among progressives, balanced response suggesting realistic assessment rather than either knee-jerk resistance or premature celebration. When ceremonial portion concluded, Gabriel led Lily to customary first dance, inaugurating celebration phase of gathering, as orchestra began arrangement specifically composed for occasion, melody incorporating elements from both werewolf ceremonial music and hunter traditional forms. They moved together with natural synchronicity their bond facilitated without requiring conscious coordination. 1 year, Gabrielle murmured as they circled beneath chandeliers casting prismatic light across ballroom floor. Simultaneously eternal and instantaneous. Through their bond flowed complex emotion beyond simple verbal expression, appreciation for journey they'd navigated together, recognition of challenges overcome and those still awaiting attention, profound gratitude for partnership that continued revealing new dimensions with each shared experience. Worth every moment, Lily replied, memories of past year flowing between them through connection that transcended ordinary communication. Their first meeting in this very ballroom, transformation in Forest Sanctuary, confrontation during blood moon ritual, and countless smaller moments strengthening bond initially formed through instinctual recognition, but sustained through deliberate choice and mutual commitment. As formal dance concluded, other couples joined floor, pack members with their mates, hunter delegates with selected partners, even human representatives participating in carefully choreographed integration that symbolized larger process underway beyond ceremonial context. Diana danced with Elder Matthews, their movement suggesting diplomatic navigation rather than personal connection, but nonetheless representing significant evolution from previous relationship. Rose observed from ballroom's edge, her expression suggesting qualified approval of proceedings. Progress acknowledged without minimizing distance, remaining toward genuine reconciliation. Victoria remained seated during dancing, her condition having progressed despite treatment protocols stabilizing worse symptoms. Yet her contribution to research initiative had proven genuinely valuable. Scientific brilliance focused on solving problems collaboratively rather than pursuing desperate individual salvation at others' expense. Complex redemption representing neither complete forgiveness nor permanent condemnation, but practical middle path, acknowledging both serious transgressions and meaningful contributions toward addressing shared challenges. Throughout evening, Lily and Gabrielle moved among attendees, acknowledging representatives from various constituencies, addressing specific concerns regarding ongoing initiatives, building personal connections supporting formal agreements established through council structure. Their complementary approaches created effective leadership dynamic, his alpha authority providing necessary foundation, while her hybrid perspective offered innovative solutions to persistent challenges. As celebration reached natural transition point from formal proceedings to more relaxed interaction, Gabriel's hand found Lily's with familiar warmth. Through their bond flowed shared impulse, requiring no verbal coordination. Desire for momentary respite from public responsibilities, for privacy, allowing reflection impossible within ceremonial contexts. They slipped from ballroom with practiced discretion, moving through corridors Lily had once navigated as night cleaner, but now walked as acknowledged partner in estate's leadership. The transition represented her journey in microcosm, from outsider maintaining other spaces to integral participant shaping community's evolution through unique perspective bridging multiple worlds. Gabriel led her toward rarely used side entrance, providing access to forest paths without requiring passage through main gates. The route offered privacy impossible within estate proper, while maintaining connection to natural environment that remained fundamental to both werewolf tradition and hunter heritage, despite centuries of separation. Outside, night air carried crisp scent of approaching winter. Stars brilliant above mountain silhouettes surrounding Gormain territory. The new moon created different quality of darkness than blood moon had provided year earlier. Subtle illumination suggesting possibilities not yet manifest, rather than culmination of existing patterns. Run with me, Gabrielle suggested, the simple invitation carrying layers of meaning beyond physical activity. Through their bond flowed desire to celebrate accomplishments in form that honored both their natures. Human consciousness appreciating diplomatic achievements, while wolf aspects acknowledged primal connection transcending rational assessment. Without hesitation, Lily moved into familiar clearing where transformation could occur without damaging formal attire. The shift came easily now, practiced over months since first unexpected experience during crisis. Painless flowing transition between forms. Equally authentic rather than primary identity giving way to secondary nature. The white wolf with silver markings emerged from transformation with natural grace, matching black wolf waiting at clearing's edge. Gabrielle's wolf form complemented hers physically and symbolically, his greater size and midnight coloration balancing her more delicate structure and luminous appearance. Visual representation of partnership between complementary rather than identical equals. They moved through forest with joyous freedom impossible within ceremonial constraints. Physical exhilaration balancing intellectual satisfaction of diplomatic achievement celebrated within ballroom. Their bond flowed between them with heightened intensity in wolf form, thoughts and emotions exchanged without verbal limitation, connection that transcended ordinary communication while preserving individual identity within shared experience. The trail led naturally toward Mountain Overlook they had visited multiple times since bonding. The significant location where Gabriel had first kissed Lily during initial courtship, where they had witnessed Silver Ridge's gradual transformation from separate community to integrated partner, an evolving relationship between previously isolated territories. From elevated vantage point, both estates and town remained visible, lights marking human settlement in valley below, Gormain territory occupying forested slopes above, physical proximity belying centuries of deliberate separation, only now yielding to tentative integration. The sanctuary Lily's parents had established occupied middle ground between territories' literal bridge between worlds, now serving as research facility where knowledge from both traditions combined toward addressing shared challenges. As new moon rose higher in night sky, its subtle illumination casting silver highlights across landscape below, wolves touched noses in gesture simultaneously formal and intimate. Ritual acknowledgement between mates and personal connection between partners who had navigated extraordinary journey together. Their bond hummed between them, carrying emotions beyond simple categorization. Pride in accomplishments balanced by recognition of challenges remaining. Satisfaction with progress tempered by realistic assessment of distance yet to travel. Without need for verbal coordination, both shifted simultaneously back to human form. Transformation flowing smoothly after months of practice, their bodies returning to shapes that had departed ballroom while minds retained heightened connection wolf aspects facilitated between them. Gabriel drew Lily into his arms, moonlight illuminating his features as he gazed down at her with expression combining alpha confidence with genuine vulnerability only his mate witnessed. Year circling back to beginning, he observed, reference to astronomical cycle matching personal journey they had completed, though nothing remains unchanged despite returning to similar position. The observation captured essence of their experience, circular patterns suggesting repetition, while actual trajectory formed spiral, moving simultaneously forward and around, returning to familiar points with profound transformation occurring between visits. Like the moon itself, appearing similar through monthly cycles while actually occupying different position in larger cosmic pattern. The only constant is change, Lily replied, her hands settling naturally against his chest in gesture both possessive and appreciative. Though some foundations remain while details evolve around them, through their bond flowed understanding transcending words, recognition that their connection provided stable center while circumstances, challenges, and opportunities continually transformed around them. Not rigid fixity, but dynamic stability, partnership establishing foundation, supporting continued growth rather than constraining potential development. Gabriel's kiss held both tenderness and passion, familiar after year of partnership yet retaining capacity for discovery within established connection. Their bond hummed between them, heightened by wolf aspect's recent expression yet fully engaged within human forms, equally authentic within their integrated identities. When they finally separated, Gabrielle's forehead rested against hers in gesture of intimate connection, requiring no audience or validation beyond their shared experience. "Ready to return?" he asked eventually, both aware of responsibilities awaiting within, celebrations still proceeding at a state below. "Soon," Lily replied, content within moment that balanced accomplishment with aspiration, reflection with anticipation, completion with continuation. Just another minute to appreciate where we are before addressing where we're going next. The distinction represented wisdom developed through their complementary partnership. Werewolf intensity tempered by hunter strategic assessment, impulsive action balanced by thoughtful consideration, tradition honored while innovation explored new possibilities within established frameworks. As they stood together beneath new moon's subtle illumination, surrounding forests witnessing their quiet communion as mountains had observed generations before them, both recognized completion and commencement simultaneously occupying single moment. One cycle concluded while another began. Achievement celebrated while new challenges awaited attention, Foundation established while structure continued developing upon it. Not ending but transition. Not conclusion but evolution. Like the moon itself. Constantly changing while following patterns connecting past to future through present moment, containing elements of both, while remaining distinct from either. When they eventually returned to Celebration Below, they carried this understanding between them, shared through bond requiring no verbal explanation or external validation. Partnership providing stability amidst continuous transformation, connection creating possibilities neither could manifest independently. The ballroom welcomed them back without ceremony or announcement, their brief absence noted but accepted as natural expression of bond connecting them beyond public responsibilities. The gathering continued around them, representatives from multiple communities navigating evolving relationship with varying degrees of enthusiasm, but collective recognition of necessity transcending individual preference. As night deepened toward dawn, celebration gradually concluded, guests departing with genuine appreciation rather than mere diplomatic courtesy, achievements of past year having demonstrated practical value transcending symbolic gestures or abstract principles. The foundation established provided realistic hope for continued progress while acknowledging significant challenges remaining beyond initial successes. When final guests had departed, Lily and Gabrielle stood once more in ballroom where their journey had begun. She no longer server, reaching beyond assigned position, he no longer alpha, constrained by tradition limiting potential connections. Both transformed through partnership that honored distinct heritages while creating possibilities transcending either background independently. Full circle, Gabrielle observed, his arms settling around Lily's waist with natural ease developed through months of shared experience. New spiral, she corrected gently, perspective encompassing both completion and continuation within single trajectory. Similar position, but different elevation. The distinction represented wisdom their partnership had developed, recognizing patterns while avoiding simplistic repetition, honoring tradition while embracing evolution, maintaining foundations while building new structures upon established support. As dawn approached beyond Estay's windows, they moved together toward private quarters shared since bonding ceremony months earlier. The new moon had set, stars fading as eastern sky lightened with approaching sunrise. One cycle completed while another began, celestial patterns reflecting personal journey connecting past through present toward future yet to manifest, but already taking shape. Through foundations established during year just concluded. Not ending but transition. Their story continuing beyond ceremonial culmination or symbolic completion. Partnership providing stability amidst continuous transformation, connection creating possibilities neither could manifest independently, bond establishing foundation supporting whatever challenges awaited beyond current achievement. Like the moon itself, constantly changing while following patterns connecting ancient origins to future potential through present moment containing elements of both, while remaining distinct from either. Full circle and new beginning simultaneously occupying single point where completion and commencement merged into continuous journey, they traveled together as equal partners, bridging worlds previously divided by misunderstanding, transformed through shared purpose into harmonious whole. Epilogue. 6 months later, Emma's medical examination confirmed what Lily's heightened senses had already detected. She was pregnant with twins. An occurrence unprecedented in werewolf medical records. Ultrasound revealed distinct genetic markers suggesting one child carried stronger werewolf traits while the other showed prominent hunter characteristics, perfect balance of both bloodlines continuing into next generation. The news spread through pack and hunter communities with various reactions, traditionalists expressing concern, while progressives celebrated living embodiment of integration their councils and treaties had established in principle. Regardless of political implications, Gabriel's joy flowed through their bond, with overwhelming intensity matched by Lily's own wonder at new journey beginning within journey already transforming multiple worlds through their unique partnership. Diana and Rose set aside historical differences entirely when confronted with impending grandmother status. Practical preparations overwhelming theoretical objections, as nursery incorporated elements from both traditions in seamless integration, symbolizing future transcending past divisions. Victoria contributed genetic analysis ensuring healthy development while maintaining appropriate boundaries established through continued supervision. As Lily stood with Gabriel on Mountain Overlook, where significant moments in their relationship had occurred repeatedly, first kiss, reconciliation after separation, anniversary celebration, her hand rested on growing evidence of their bond's most tangible manifestation, while connection between them hummed with emotions beyond simple categorization. "Not destiny, but choice," she murmured, echoing sentiment from her mother's journals discovered during year of exploring heritage previously hidden from conscious awareness. "Not fate, but possibility, manifested through love," Gabriel completed, his hand covering hers where it rested against physical embodiment of their connection. Stronger than either heritage alone could have imagined. The simple exchange contained wisdom their partnership had developed through extraordinary journey, recognizing patterns while avoiding simplistic repetition, honoring tradition while embracing evolution, maintaining foundations while building new structures for generations who would navigate challenges beyond current horizon, with advantages created through bridges their union had established between worlds previously divided by misunderstanding, transformed through shared purpose into harmonious whole. Like the moon itself, constantly changing while following patterns connecting ancient origins to future potential, through present moment containing elements of both, while remaining distinct from either. Their story continuing beyond any single culmination or completion, partnership providing stability amidst continuous transformation, connection, creating possibilities neither could manifest independently, but together formed bridge between worlds their children would inherit without divisions that had separated previous generations. Not ending, but transition. Not conclusion, but evolution. Journey continuing beyond horizon currently visible, foundation established supporting whatever challenges awaited beyond present achievement. Together, epilogue. The first hint came during a council meeting. Lily had been presenting findings from the Historical Reconciliation Project when a wave of nausea hit her so suddenly she nearly dropped her notes. Through their mate bond, Gabriel had felt her distress instantly, his concern flowing toward her even as he maintained the outward composure expected of an alpha addressing allied pack representatives. Later that night, as they lay in bed discussing the day's events, Gabriel's hand had paused on her abdomen, his expression shifting from relaxed to focused in a heartbeat. "Your scent has changed," he'd said, voice dropping to that low register that still sent shivers down her spine, even after months of marriage. His nostrils had flared slightly as he'd inhaled deeply. Something subtle but distinctive. Lily had covered his hand with her own, both of them feeling the slight warmth radiating from her skin, warmer than usual even for someone with her naturally elevated temperature. "I've been feeling different for about 2 weeks, more sensitive to smells, occasional dizziness." Gabriel's eyes had widened, golden flecks brightening the deep brown as his wolf rose closer to the surface in response to the possibility neither had voiced yet. Could you be? The question had hung between them, hope and wonder flowing through their bond, along with mutual recognition that such a development would carry significance beyond mere personal joy. Their union already represented unprecedented bridge between worlds long divided. A child would carry that bridge into future generations. The next morning found them in Emma's medical office, the sophisticated equipment blending traditional werewolf healing techniques with modern technology in ways that reflected the integration their council had been fostering between communities. "Definitely pregnant," Emma confirmed after examining blood samples. Her professional demeanor couldn't quite contain the excitement brightening her eyes, but there's something unusual in the hormone levels. Now, 6 months later, Lily reclined on the examination table in Emma's expanded medical facility, Gabriel's hand firmly gripping hers as the specialized ultrasound probe glided across her rounded abdomen. The image on the monitor showed what they'd suspected since that first visit. Not one heartbeat, but 2. Separate, yet aligned in perfect synchronicity within her womb. "Twins," Emma murmured, her clinical focus momentarily giving way to wonder. "Still developing exactly as we'd hoped. Strong heartbeats, excellent growth patterns for this stage. Lily couldn't tear her eyes from the screen. The miracle of seeing their children still overwhelming, despite multiple previous examinations. Through their bond, she felt Gabriel's emotions mirroring her own. Awe, gratitude, and fierce protective instinct intertwining into something too profound for simple categorization. "Show them the genetic markers again," Rose requested from her position at Lily's other side. Her grandmother had barely left her side since the pregnancy was confirmed, decades of hunter training redirected into ensuring her granddaughter and unborn great-grandchildren received optimal care. Emma adjusted the settings, the screen splitting to display specialized genetic analysis alongside the conventional imagery. "Here," she pointed, "is what makes this pregnancy truly extraordinary. Not just twins, which is already extremely rare in werewolf births, but this genetic divergence." The display highlighted distinctive patterns within each twin's developing system, one showing pronounced markers associated with traditional werewolf genetics, the other displaying characteristic hunter signatures, more prominent than the werewolf aspects. "It's as if your combined heritage expressed itself differently in each child," Emma explained, though everyone in the room already understood the implications. One favoring the werewolf bloodline, one favoring the hunter genetics, yet both carrying elements of both traditions. Perfect balance between complementary aspects rather than diluted hybridization. "Just as your parents theorized was possible," Rose murmured to Lily, rare emotion making her voice rough. "Balance without compromise, integration without loss of distinctive strengths." Diana, who had insisted on being present for each significant examination, despite traditional protocols that might have limited such involvement to immediate family, stepped closer to the monitor. The alpha feel's composed expression couldn't hide the wonder flowing through her typically reserved demeanor. "The Moon Queen has blessed this union beyond conventional expectation," she said formally, using traditional reference that had gained renewed significance as werewolf and hunter communities rediscovered shared spiritual frameworks beneath centuries of divergent practices. "Two cubs from a single pregnancy has always been considered her highest blessing in pack tradition. Hunter lore speaks of twin births following watershed alliances," Rose added, her hand resting lightly on Lily's shoulder. "Harbingers of transformation affecting multiple bloodlines beyond immediate family." Gabrielle's thumb traced gentle patterns against Lily's palm. Private comfort within public ceremony that had spontaneously formed around what might otherwise have been routine medical examination. Through their bond flowed his response to the twins' distinctive developments. Not preference for the cub showing stronger werewolf traits, but equal connection to both children, appreciation for how completely they embodied the balance he and Lily had been working to foster between previously divided communities. "Can you tell if they're boys or girls?" Lily asked, the practical question grounding the moment that had begun tilting toward ceremonial significance beyond her current emotional capacity. Emma smiled, recognizing her sister-in-law's need for momentary return to personal rather than symbolic aspects of her pregnancy. "One of each," she confirmed, adjusting the display to highlight anatomical details. "The one with stronger werewolf markers is female, the one with more prominent hunter traits is male." Perfect symmetry, Lily thought, her free hand moving to rest on her abdomen where their children grew. Balance extending beyond genetics to gender, complementary aspects aligning in ways that seemed deliberate despite arising from biological processes, rather than conscious orchestration. "Have you decided on names?" Diana asked, practical consideration replacing ceremonial formality as the examination concluded and Emma began storing data for research purposes. The pregnancy representing unprecedented opportunity for understanding genetic interaction between bloodlines previously considered incompatible. "Maria for our daughter," Gabriel answered, acknowledging Lily's mother with simple respect that carried significant weight given traditional werewolf practices around naming. After Lily's mother, who first envisioned cooperation between our kinds as more than temporary necessity. "And Thomas for our son," Lily added, gratitude flowing through her at Gabriel's immediate and complete acceptance of honoring her parents through their children's names. "After my father, who developed scientific framework for understanding what had previously been dismissed as impossible." Rose's hand tightened briefly on Lily's shoulder. rare display of emotion from women whose hunter training emphasized control even in personal matters. The names represented more than mere memorial. They acknowledged foundation upon which current transformation had been built, research that had cost Thomas and Maria their lives, while creating possibility their daughter and grandchildren now embodied in living form. Appropriate choices, Diana, a formal acknowledgement carrying weight of alpha female's authority while her genuine emotion flowed beneath official response. Honoring those whose vision preceded practical implementation. As Emma completed necessary documentation and the others began discussing practical arrangements for the twins' arrival, Gabriel helped Lily sit up, his hand supporting her with gentle strength that had characterized their relationship from beginning. Through their bond flowed private communication beneath social interactions surrounding them, his wonder at her body's transformation, her gratitude for his unwavering support, their shared anticipation of challenges and joys awaiting when their children entered worlds still adjusting to implications of their parents' union. "Two perfect bridges," he murmured against her temple, the words meant for her alone, despite the room's other occupants. "Our legacy beyond any treaty or council." Lily leaned into his solid presence, drawing strength that had nothing to do with conventional hierarchies, and everything to do with partnership they had forged through crisis and achievement alike. "Not legacy," she corrected gently. "Beginning." The distinction represented wisdom. Their bond had developed through months of navigating unprecedented territory, recognition that their children would not merely continue what parents had established, but create new possibilities neither current generation nor their ancestors could fully envision. Not continuation, but evolution. Foundation supporting development beyond current horizon. Later that evening, they stood together on the balcony adjoining their quarters at Gourmain Estate, watching moonrise above mountains that had witnessed their journey from first meeting through current anticipation of family expansion. Lily's hands rested on her rounded abdomen where their children grew, Gabriel's larger ones covering hers in gesture both protective and reverent. "I felt them shift today," she told him, werewolf senses allowing her to detect movements human mothers might have missed at this stage. Responding to each other, I think, already connected despite separate development. Gabriel's wonder flowed through their bond as he experienced the moment with her, not direct sensation, but shared awareness transcending ordinary communication. "Pack connection already forming," he murmured, the words carrying layers of meaning beyond simple observation. Wolf recognizing wolf while hunter acknowledges hunter. Balance within distinction. "Like us," Lily agreed, leaning back against his solid warmth as night deepened around them. Different yet complementary, stronger together than either heritage alone could manage. Through their bond flowed acknowledgement transcending words, recognition that their children would navigate challenges neither current generation nor their ancestors had faced, creating possibilities beyond present imagination. Not simple continuation of parents' journey, but new beginning, building upon foundation established through challenges overcome and understanding hard-won through experience. The pendant at Lily's throat, Gabriel's medallion, now accompanied by Diana's moonstone and Rose's crystal, pulsed gently against her skin, its magic responding to developments within her body. 3 traditions merged into harmonious whole, symbolic integration manifesting in physical form within her womb where their children grew. 6 more weeks, Gabriel murmured, anticipation evident beneath his characteristic calm. According to Emma's projections, Lily nodded, her enhanced senses detecting subtle changes already preparing her body for birth still weeks away. "The council meeting next month will be my last until after they arrive," she decided, practical consideration balancing ceremonial significance surrounding their children's anticipated birth. "Though I'll continue working with Rose on the historical documentation from home." Gabriel's approval flowed through their bond, not permission from Alpha to mate, but appreciation for balanced approach, maintaining meaningful contribution while acknowledging physical realities of advanced pregnancy. Their partnership had always transcended traditional hierarchies, establishing patterns based on complementary strengths rather than dominant structures that characterized more conventional relationships. As moonlight bathed the mountains in silver illumination, Lily felt their children move again. Subtle shifting that represented both ordinary biological development and extraordinary significance beyond personal experience. These twins, one favoring each aspect of their parents' combined heritage, would embody bridge between worlds not as abstract symbol, but living reality, navigating future neither werewolf tradition nor hunter protocols had prepared for. "Not destiny, but choice," she murmured, repeating phrase from her mother's journals that had guided their journey from beginning. "Not fate, but possibility." "Manifested through love," Gabriel completed, his arms tightening gently around her as their bond hummed between them. Connection transcending ordinary relationship while honoring distinct individuality within partnership that had transformed multiple worlds through simple yet profound recognition of complementary strengths where others saw only incompatible difference. The moon continued its ascent above mountains that had witnessed civilizations rise and fall, conflicts ignite and resolve, divisions establish, and finally begin healing through understanding rather than conquest. Within Lily's body, their children grew toward birth that would represent not culmination, but commencement, not conclusion, but continuation, of journey extending beyond horizon currently visible. Not ending, but beginning. Balance within distinction, harmony through complementary strength, bridge between worlds their children would embody not as burden to bear, but gift to share with communities, gradually discovering shared foundations beneath centuries of artificial separation. Through their bond flowed recognition transcending words, acknowledgement that greatest adventures awaited beyond current achievement, future building upon foundation they had established through partnership transcending traditional boundaries, while honoring valuable aspects of distinct heritages, now flowing together through bloodlines their children would carry forward into possibilities neither parent could fully envision, but both had helped create through simple yet profound willingness to see potential where others perceived only limitation. Together,